BB, may I share my screen? Thank you. All right, then. Yeah, before we get started, I'd like to ask the moderators to briefly introduce themselves. So first, I'd like to pass the mic to Mashiko-san, and then later online, Adli and Bibi. So off you go, please.
Hi all. Hello, I'm Hiroki Mashiko from Entity Data CERT. Entity Data is one of the major system integration company in Japan. And Entity Data CERT is the internal CSERT of the Entity Data. Actually, I'm a forensic engineer of Entity Data CERT. So actually, I'm a technical-oriented people more than governance-related or so on. But maybe you know, the governance itself is strongly connected to my work as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing your opinions of today's discussions. So let's make a great discussion today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mashiko-san. May I pass the floor to Adli?
Yep. Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adli Wahid, and I am with the Asia Pacific Network Information Center as a security specialist. I do a lot of engagement with the CERT and CSERT community in this region, including helping to establish newer CERTs. And in the past, I've used to work for National CERT, which is a Malaysia CERT, and a CERT for the financial institution. So looking forward to discussing and chatting with everybody today. Thank you.
Thank you, Adli. So last but not least, Bibi-san, please.
Minasan, ohayou gozaimasu. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. My name is Bernhards, but everyone calls me Bibi, so please follow these guidelines. I am here in Japan in Nara Institute of Science and Technology doing my postdoc, but I am a member of the National CERT team of Latvia, so CERT LV, and also I'm affiliated with the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Tallinn. I'm the ambassador and former researcher for that Center of Excellence. Well, I'm looking forward to moderating and having a productive conversations with you.
Thank you, Bibi-san. The most strict guideline is presented, so please follow. Well, thank you. So my name is Masae Toyama from JP CERT Coordination Center. I became a part of CSERT community 4 years ago. And my first IGF was 2020, which was fully online. Then in the last IGF in Ethiopia, actually it was so hard for me to find people with similar backgrounds, namely working at CSERT or doing cybersecurity. So my idea was to break out of this situation and create a place where your day-to-day work and cybersecurity meets internet governance. While cybersecurity practitioners plays an important role in keeping secure and stable cyberspace, their voice in the IGF is not that loud enough amongst various stakeholders in IGF. So I think that the more fellows we get, the louder our voice would be, so that we know what needs to be done. This is the background story of why I decided to submit the IGF session proposal. I am delighted that the IGF found my proposal beneficial to participants. Well, however, if they really care about us, I think the session should be set for later, not kicking off at 8:30 in the morning. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on me speaking, so I'd like to listen to participants' self-introduction. So, would you please? Yes, I will pass the mic. Online first. Well, thank you. So let's have some voice from online participants. So I'd like to open the floor, especially for online. So please, on participants, if you'd like to start. Okay, so let me read out the names, and if you can turn on your microphone on, you can have a brief introductions. So let me call out the name. Is there Kenny Chantre? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, thank you for coming. Would you please introduce yourself and what made you come to this session?
Hello, my name is Kenny Chantre. I am Cape Verdean, living in Cape Verde in these moments. My intention to come to this meeting is to know more about internet government. For now, I am ambassador from Pan-Africa Young Ambassador for Internet Governance. And my intention is to know more about internet governance. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So let's move on to, sorry, my pronunciation. Captioner Terrarin. Hello. Oh, sorry. I just messed up. So let me move on to the next person, who is Francisco Mostedosa. Hi.
Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Francisco from Ecuador. It's very important, the networking, the initiative of the multi-stakeholder. But in my country, it's impulse and promote these actions and these events for all stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So let's move on to the next person, Amir Adas Mohammadi Koshiki. Hello. May I ask you to introduce yourself very briefly? I'm sorry, Amir, we cannot hear you. Right, so in this case, let me thank you so much for putting yourself on mute. We will ask you to later on to have yourself in the breakout discussion. So the last person at the moment is Saudia Pina Mango. Hello, good morning. If you can turn on your microphone, we will ask to introduce yourself very briefly. But if not, we will move on to the introduction for on-site participants. Right. Okay, she's gone. Oh. So now we have some people, which is much better than in the beginning compared to the beginning. So okay, so let's move on. Let's go back to the original agenda so that we can proceed the breakout discussion. Right. So let's move on. Here's a little bit of housekeeping. Let me try to keep it short. So as I said, this networking session is asking you to stand up and walk freely to talk to someone you have not yet spoken to. Maybe it's difficult, especially on site, but yeah, please try. We will have 2 or 3 short sessions. Each session will be 10 minutes. 7 minutes short discussion plus 3 minutes comment. Comment section is trying to interact the people in on-site and online. So we will exchange the comments and try to understand what was going to discussed. And please cooperate with the moderators for timekeeping, especially because we changed the agenda. So, the instruction might be different from the original slide. So please, thank you for your cooperation. And we prepare some guiding question to facilitate the conversation. But besides the guiding question, you can, of course, you can introduce your name and your identification, or what makes you to come this IGF. Yeah, of course, you can talk about this kind of ice-breaking. And as I see, we have less than 10 participants on site, but I can see the sticky notes on your chest or whatever, so you can identify food to talk. So watch the sticky notes. Right, so let's go to the first discussion. I will pass the mic to Mashiko-san.
Okay, so I will read the question, and I will keeping the time on this session. So thank you for your cooperation. Okay, good. So after I finish to read the question, this instruction is only for on-site participants. Please make some two groups, I think. Two or three groups. Yeah, I think. And start the discussion, please. Okay, so the first guiding question is, when do you feel that your commitment to cybersecurity is creating and sustaining an open, free, and secure internet? Yeah, this is a bit difficult question, I guess.
Okay. Maybe it's especially difficult for the brain in the morning.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but yeah, let's.
Yeah, I try to put the easiest one on the site. So yes.
Hi, my name is Pablo. I work with Atli in APNIC, and perhaps we can just have an open conversation here around these questions, because we kind of know each other or not, but perhaps it is good to contribute on the record, for also leaving this on the webcast and transcript. So I would like to tell you a little bit about when I feel that our commitment to cybersecurity creates and supports an open, stable, and secure internet. And I think it's all about bridges. In our case, our community is mostly by network operators, internet service providers, and early on, around 10 years ago, we thought about how the network operators need to interact more with the cybersecurity specialists. And we also realized that these are kind of two different professions and how to build those bridges between them. So in order to create cross-pollination between communities, it is important to be ready to explain yourself in a language not necessarily yours. And both network operators and cybersecurity specialists use very particular language, mind frames, concepts, processes, and the processes of incident response are very different from the processes of patching and connecting networks as well. So in order for these communities to interact, they need to struggle a bit to explain themselves to each other and build that bridge. And we have found that fascinating, and ADLI has been an incredible bridge among these communities, but also as well with other communities such as the policymakers and other parts of the technical community as well. So something that we have learned throughout the years is that the best way to contribute to an open, free, stable, and secure internet is not only by doing your work very well within your area of specialty, but actually to really build those bridges. And something that is very important in incident response is cooperation and information sharing one way or another. And the more obstacles and blockages we put to this transfer of information and collaboration, the least we contribute to an open, stable, and secure internet. In summary, I think it's all about bridges, and I think this is an effort to bridge between different colors and specialties. And thank you for organizing this very cool workshop.
Thank you for great comment. I believe that the creating networking in this session is much important because of your opinion. I totally agree with your opinion. Thank you. So okay, so let's create some groups and have a discussion of the topic. So I think on online participants, it's already separated to some breaking out rooms, I guess. So so for on-site participants, please stand up, gathering, and start talking. Thank you.
Should we just have a form the group, a bunch of people, the 3 people? Or if you like to.
I will pass you my iPad, they're precious, because you have my contact. I know. Yes. So maybe,
yeah.
Maybe just exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a government person, actually. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And you are not doing
No,
cybersecurity
yeah, but
policies.
yeah, I'm at the. I leave my position just July, and the position is related to cybersecurity, but I'm yeah, now I'm in really internal and ICT policy
Were you
division.
at ITU?
Yeah.
So we met.
Yeah.
We had a
So,
meeting. I remember
yeah,
you. Yes,
yeah.
yes. To talk about the
The
ITU MIC
yeah.
cybersecurity project.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to meet you. Just hello. Hi.
I'm just a student, so I don't have
Oh,
name card. Sorry.
that's all right. That's okay. Your
Okay, so
students.
I would like to announce the one thing. The timer shows that we have 4 minutes left. Yeah, we will extend some time for this first question because we need some introduction in each other.
Yes.
So we will have 3.5 minutes left.
So myself, I'm also not a cybersecurity person. I'm actually more doing policy because I do more intergovernmental work in the UN, ITU, and internet governance. So that's more myself. And I'm also an IGF MAG member. Yes. Yes. Nice to meet you. Yes.
So where do you be a student?
So APNIC is based in Brisbane, Australia. I'm from Singapore, but I moved to Brisbane where the office is. Yes. So you are based
So Japan, but Kyushu is western part. Pretty close to Korea.
and then you travel all the way here for the IGF.
Yes, but it's just a
Just to take care of things.
2 hours.
Oh, wow. But welcome to the IGF. So happy to see you here. Yes, so I guess we have to talk about the question.
Yeah.
Answer the question. So when do you feel your commitment to cybersecurity and blah blah blah, okay? Anybody wants to try answering that? Maybe I can start first. So in APNIC, part of our work is also routing security. I mean, of course, we have people like Adli who are working with certs, establishing certs in the Asia Pacific region. But at least for myself, because we do talk about routing security, RPKI, some of these things that are fundamental to security of the internet, that is when we are building those basic building blocks for security already. So internet security for us is very important. And I was just speaking with Nakamura-san that we also have capacity building projects for cybersecurity professionals or early career professionals. So we do a lot of work in that area as well, capacity development, training people to be the next leaders in that field, basically. And we do it at we're not for profit, so we don't usually charge for services and all that. So that's for us. Anyone else?
As you said, MIC as a policy maker, we support the capability to Japan and provide especially as an Asia Pacific region. And at the policy side, we discuss with the other countries' policy, policy side people, and we would like to tell the balance of the secure connection and stable connection to focus on the security. The best solution is shutting down, but as a connection side, we still connect stable. So we tell our Japanese experience about how to keep balance of the security and stability of the communication. That's the goal of our.
I see. Anyone else want to?
Okay, so it's time to stop talking. Sorry for interrupting you, but please stop talking and please pay attention to me. Okay, so I would like to pass the mic to some people in one people, yes, one people from on-site and one people from online, and ask your opinion of the guiding question. Okay, so does anyone have an opinion of the first guiding question? Or what kind of opinions did you exchange during the chatting? Okay, go please.
So I'm the government side person. So I'm talking about the what we focus on the dialogue on the global conversation. We Japan. I'm Japan. I'm a senior from the Japanese government, and I focus on the when I talk the or experience, I focus on the balance of the security and stability communication. So the best solution to security is one of the best solutions is shutting down, but to connect stably is also important. So when we talk with the other government people, I would like to focus on the balance of the security of communication and the stability of the communication. That's my experience.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you please introduce yourself or like name and?
Yeah, I'm Asuki Nakamura from the Ministry of Internal Communications, Internal Affairs and Communication of Japan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to pass the mic to online participants. Adele-san, can you please give a mic to one participant from online?
Thank you for waiting, online participants. So I suppose there's a conversation in online participants. Ati-san or Bibi-san, is there anything that you listen to? I just stop the timer and have some time for online participants.
I'm afraid that online participants cannot hear the voice from the on-site, I guess, because they're all in breakout room.
Okay.
I think so, because they're all in breaking out room.
Someone is talking.
Baby-san is talking. Okay. So.
All right, online participant, are you audible? Are you listening to the on-site voice? Okay. So the online participant is now having a conversation, and back in 5 seconds. So Sorry for the logistics.
Hello, online participants.
We are back. We are back. Sorry.
No worries. So I would like to ask opinions for the guiding question from an online participant.
Okay, maybe this time and for the next question, Adli will take the lead. But for this, so we were discussing not only the question itself about how is our work impacting the internet and the security, but also addressing the question within the question: can it actually be open, free, and secure at the same time? I think that I think it's not always possible to have all of these three things together, but we can always strive to reach the freedom, openness, and at the same time security. With this, I pass on the floor back.
Okay, thank you very much. Online participants, I guess you're already talking about the guiding question to light, right?
No, we were talking one, yes.
Okay, good. So let's move on to the guiding question number 2. The question is, what international geopolitical issues prevent CSIRT from an open, free, and secure digital cyberspace in engaging with cybersecurity? If we cooperate, how can we address this? Okay, this is also the bit difficult question for morning brains, but yeah, let's start talking. Okay, so let's start talking. So for on-site participants, please do not talk with your friends. Please make a new networking in this session. Okay, so please stand up and gather again.
Nice to meet you. I'm the Singapore from the government side and the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And now I'm not in the cybersecurity position, but until July, I'm in relation to the cybersecurity policy and telecommunications sector. So a kind of the political side. Yeah, but the our side, from the government side, the foreign affairs thing is the absolutely order. So it's absolutely order. So yeah, so the foreign affairs said you can't contact with the government, so we can't do anything. So that's the really difficult side of the government people. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, as the yeah as the international cooperation. So if the foreign affairs said the thing, but it's irrelevant to the private side. So the private side have free to connect. So if the government side have the difficulty to connect the other countries and wherever, where the private system can connect and solve someone how to solve the problem or incident. So that's the private part they have. So it's very yeah. Yeah, yeah. The of course the not only the cyber, the security, all security things, the influence on cyber security, especially the Ukraine yeah. Security, yeah. So we have limited to connection. So, but we want to collect the all information as well. So we rely on the communication between the private side. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, very difficult issues. Yeah, one of the solutions is the communication with private sectors, between private sectors. So, the government, as I said, the government is very difficult relationship in the geopolitical side. So, private side, they have the some different sorry, I forgot the word. different different matters. So for the in Japan, the each some sector has either like information sharing and a center, so they share their instance or experience. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe in Japan, the Caesars shares their at least experience, and sometimes they shares the instance information according to the guideline the government government issued. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. So we can the government try to make to support to make some common sense to yeah. Solution, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's yeah.
1 minute left.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry for interrupting you all. It's time to gathering back. Yeah. Sure. Okay, so next time I'd like to ask the opinions or sharing your opinions from the online participants first. So could you please your opinions from online participants?
Yep, I'll take this up. So there was just three of us in the session. So we discussed a couple of things, but the first part was basically participants sharing the need to always cooperate. So both at the national level as well as globally, because definitely we can benefit from one another. We have different experiences. And when it comes to security, it is important to share quickly. So defend locally, but share globally, so that whatever experience we have in dealing with incidents or security or technology or tools can benefit others so that they can be secure as well. The second part on the geopolitical issues, yes, they do have an effect to the cooperation of the CERT, but in some of the recent events, the geopolitical issues have in fact strengthened the cooperation between CERT and CSERTs. So this is a good sign because it shows that despite what is happening around the world, there is a community that is committed to making sure that the internet remains secure and safe for everyone. So that is it. If I miss anything, Bibi, you can jump in quickly. All right, that's all from.
It's all good. Adli covered all the things. Yes, thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, thanks. So next, I would like to hear a voice from on-site participants. Does anyone want to make some remarks? Okay, please.
Can you hear me? Right? Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. My name is Tilna Disanaika from Sri Lanka, CERT. Actually, with my colleague, what the discussion we had. So, if I summarize, so first one is it is a kind, the sharing, as the online participation mentioned, it is sharing the information, because when the cyber attacks happen, it is a sudden one. So we need to share the information. Because we don't know where the source is coming from, because it may happen for Sri Lanka context, but the origin is from another country. So finding this source is very difficult. So the sharing information is very challenging, and it's also affecting with the local context, legal and the regulations again, because it is actually cybersecurity is in line with the national security sometimes. So sharing information is one thing, and the resource limitation, because when we are cooperation with international, definitely we have to have the expert level communication specialist or something like that. Then only we can just have this continuous monitoring or whatever the resource find that we can. And also again the capacity building, the national and international engagement. So those kind of things that we were discussing, and so at the moment, yeah, I stop here. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's very interesting opinion for me as well, but sorry, we do not have so much time. So let's move on to the next guiding question. So can you please make a slide? Okay. So then question number 3 is, to promote cybersecurity, what is a key message you would like to convey at this IGF, which is attended by a wide range of stakeholders? Okay, yeah, we can see the many participants from many corporations on this IGF. So yeah, this question is important, I guess. So okay, so let's stand up and gathering and talking again, please. Last.
So please find someone who have not yet spoken to. This is a networking session, so please don't stick to your friends.
western part of Japan, relatively close to
Yeah.
speaking about Thank you so much.
I'm with DINIC, and DINIC is what JPRS does in Japan for .jp. We do for .in, the registry. And we are engaging in internet governance, and we are also part of the German CSERT network. As I said, just mentioned, and you probably heard that we're engaging a bit of cooperation, and there's also some information exchange about this. And the government CERT, all the industry CERTs get together.
I'd like to know your opinion. So I have a kind of, so basically, internet is being from the technology, right? But gradually, the discussion is broader to more of the society or law, regulation. So some of the discussion is only based on the law or regulation, enforcement, and there are less of the kind of IoT or anything. So we might focus on more of the back to the technology. So how do you balance the discussion between the technology and enforcement?
That's a very good question. So, what I've learned and heard over various of these internet governance discussions, some scholars characterize it as, in the beginning, it was tech with societal effects. So the focus has shifted, right? So it is more communication, social communications, not as in social networks, but like in the scientific sense of the word network. Social thing which has technical grounds, but also technical implications, where the politics has requirements towards the technical. And I would share your observation that in the IGF from the very beginning until today, we see more and more things that we would not necessarily call internet, digital. AI is digital, but not very much internet. These topics get into the IGF. There is probably no alternative at the moment to discuss this. But from the technical community perspective, and the green, the blue, whatever this was. So from a technical community perspective, we are very well aware that the regulation or the governance of the core internet, the names and the numbers, is getting less and less attention, even though it is still very important. And we need to collaborate on getting these topics better understood in the other circles. That's the important task. That's why many of us attend the IGF to do networking. Do we have a question to answer actually? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So
So what is the question?
the key message?
Oh, the key message.
For cybersecurity. I will summarize.
That's a tough topic.
Cybersecurity. How do you think? As the previous speaker said, probably information sharing is a very key issue. So the vulnerability information or instant information is almost the very always very sorry, I forgot my word.
Sensitive. Yeah. Good.
So we have to make some common sense about to treat the enhanced discrimination and the according to level or maybe some countries like US, they may support organization
very weak. You say? Yeah,
weak
yeah, yeah.
security.
Yes.
But if they have the instance, inference very weak, so that communication try to enhance the
1 minute left.
Yeah, maybe it is that even with the geopolitical tensions that the information sharing is still important. Maybe you mentioned the health sector, which is kind of facing lots of cybersecurity risks because of sensitive data, right? But it's also that, like in the pandemic, the cooperation was global. Even there was some distrust to certain countries, but maybe that's an example of cooperation. Key message in 2 minutes is right. Thank you, Jess.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
すればいいんだろうと思いながら今うーんと思い
そうでも情報交換したりなんかなんですかね。
そういえばジェビサートさんとかサート同士でつながってたんですけど、じゃあそっちから流していい。
Okay, sorry for interrupting you. It's time to gathering back.
セキュリティクリアランスの議論とかつながるんですけど、
そういうポイントがあるんですね。
結構いろんなところ。
Okay, thank you very much for your cooperation. So this time I would like to ask remarks from on-site first. So does anyone make remarks of this question?
If any of you heard something interesting told by someone others, you can share as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for putting me on the spot. That was the price to pay for my smile, I guess. So, good morning. My name is Peter Koch. I work for the German top-level domain registry, and we are engaged a bit with the German CSIRT network. And in this round, we had a conversation about, yes, the message, but that's hard in 7 minutes, of course. So take this with a grain of salt. But I think what we agreed on was that it is important that even in the face, or maybe because we are facing so many geopolitical tensions, it is important to keep up the information sharing or continue information sharing. And maybe the pandemic is a blueprint in a way where there is global crisis, but at the same time, global information exchange. So we need to keep up that information sharing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So next, I would like to hear the voice from the online participants.
All right, I will take this one. So this time we were 4 of us, and we tried to exchange a lot of information. This was very productive breakout session. So although there are multiple things, and we encouraged every participant to bring in new viewpoints, so I think this can be summarized in 2 general key directions. So first of all, this is nothing new. We already touched upon this multiple times, information sharing. But this is not only about information sharing. This is facilitating also where to share the information, trusted networks, building the infrastructure for message exchange, but also designing the groups that can and may share the information, because having just people in the group doesn't make sense. You have to make sure that this information is there and everyone is engaged. Also, information sharing not only within just certain layers like technical, operational, and strategic, but also between those layers, so that to build the understanding and clarify in simple and understandable terms what this information or how this particular problem resonates also to operational and strategic levels. I'm talking from the bottom up. I'm mostly techie, so that's why I take it from bottom up, from tech to the higher levels. So this is first one. But the second part is directly related to this. And what we identified is also understanding how to make the internet a better place, understanding the device security, personal security, learning about cyberspace, because if we are using these tools, we have to be well versed and understand how to use this in a best manner possible, but also how to use it securely. This comes down to personal cyber hygiene. So we start with just a single entity, but also this is expanded to the nation. It's not only related to experts, it's related to everyone who is part of the society, understanding cyber hygiene and getting to the national level, and thus building a stronger global community. Adli, if there's anything else to add, please.
Nothing to add. You covered everything. Bibi, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a very interesting opinions from me, and yeah, it's impressive for me that the cyber hygiene is important for not only the technical people, but also the all people in the world. And yeah, it's impressive for me, and totally agree with you. Okay, thank you very much. And this is the last question of the today's session. And so I will pass the mic to Toyama-san again.
Okay. So I heard some interesting topics covered on-site and online as well. So I hope this session was a good exercise for your morning brains. And I truly hope that you enjoy the IGF 2023, just because today is a day one. So I'd like to thank again the moderators, supporters, and everyone here for making the session happen to embrace the meeting spot for CSAT practitioners at this IGF and to exchange insightful views of each of you of internet governance. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adrian, Bibi.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
コントリビューションも、ローカルコンテンツコントリビューションも日本ではほとんど起きていないので。
そうですね。なんか日本はまあそのレギュレーターもそうけど金出すところが。
そうだからなんかすごい控えめなんですよね、アプローチがね、日本のって。
あ、まあですね。そうですね。よく言えば透明するみたいな。
But istilahnya seperti Okay, perfect. Can you hear me online? Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, participant. I don't know if they can hear me online. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. I think we will start our session and welcome everyone for this session. My name is Rashad Sanusi. I am technical support at Digital Grassroots, and today we will start our session. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all for this significant event to launch our impact report. So today we gather here not only as a community, but as a collective force driving change in the digital space. So as we start this journey since 2017, our organization do a lot of things. So today we are happy to have you all for this launch. So I'm here with my colleagues and I will let them introduce themselves. So over to you, Ufa. Can you hear me online?
Yes, can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi. Yes, thank you, Rashad. Good day, everyone, and thanks for joining us here today. My name is Ufa. I am the co-founder and global lead at Digital Grassroots. I am a software engineer and technology policy analyst, currently residing in Newcastle, UK from Nigeria. And we are really glad to have you here today. I don't know if I can put on my video as well. Okay, yes, that works. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And unfortunately, I can't be present at the IGF in Japan, but we're really, really happy to have you here with us today. As many of you know, Digital Grassroots is a youth-led nonprofit organization that is focused on increasing digital citizenship for young people from underrepresented regions in with respect to internet governance and digital rights. We were founded in 2017 as one of the outcomes of the Internet Society Youth at IGF Fellowship. And since then, we have been doing a lot of work around digital literacy for young people to enable them access the services that they need to excel in the digital age, as well as engaging them in community engagement project with regards to digital rights and internet governance, enabling them to understand the internet ecosystem in their local community in order to properly advocate for various instances and challenges of digital rights and internet governance abuses in their own local communities. And because of that, we are now at the end of every year, we like to congregate at the IGF to highlight the good work that has been done in our communities, to talk about how we go around and navigate these digital right issues in our communities as well. So today we're here to talk about our impact report. We would be showing how we have engaged in the last 5 years and the work that we have been doing with regards to building our communities, engaging in our programs. We have a flagship program called the Digital Grassroots Ambassadors Program, which we run in coordination with our community leaders for advocacy programs, as well as our digital right learning exchange programs. All of these programs are avenues and pathways that we are using as a method of getting more young people to be aware of how to advocate for the internet in their local communities, as well as how to connect and collaborate with other participants in the global internet ecosystem where they can come together and do this amazing work. So that is why we're here today. and I'm really looking forward to presenting this impact report to the global community and getting everyone's input. Thank you very much for joining us today, and over back to you, Rashad.
Okay, thank you so much, Ufa. And I think we can move forward for the session. I will let you. I don't know if Ufa is already, Esther is already online. Yeah, let me check. Okay. Okay, I will give the floor again to Ufa to present the impact report further before we launch it. Thank you, Ufa. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Rashad. So, as many of you who have had chance to pass by our booth at the IGF Village, you should be able to scan a copy of our report and download it. I'm sure Rashad also has some copies of the report that can be passed around to be scanned. This report is called Unstoppable Together. It is a summary of the work that we have been doing in the past 5 years. It highlights so many of our community members. Digital Grassroots is not just an organization, it's a community. And why is this community-based learning important? This is important because as young people from underrepresented regions, every single resource that goes into doing the digital rights advocacy work that we do is very, very crucial to us. So this report will enable us to tell our stories from an ownership perspective, to be able to put out the work that our amazing community has been doing in their various capacities and the various resources that have been made available to them. This report was made in collaboration with the community. It was done in a bottom-up way, using stories, highlighting the work, using the showcasing the experiences and the lived challenges and different instances of digital rights abuses that has been occurring in these various communities, talking about freedom of expression, privacy, surveillance, hate speech, inclusion, accessibility, and other issues that would hinder the open access of the internet in so many local communities. Unstoppable Together is not just a one-off report that we want to put out. It's an entire journey that shows a pathway towards where we are going, towards the digital future that we are trying to build. And we want this to be something that we can build upon. So we want your feedback, we want your input, we want you to use this as a channel to get to know more about our work and how you can be a part of it. Unstoppable Together also highlights the key ways that you can be a part of our community and how people can contribute to our community, which is very crucial to us. The work that we do cannot be sustained if it is not open and if it is not inclusive. That is something that is super important to us as well. So please engage with the report. We want to hear from you. We want your feedback. We want your contributions. We want your collaboration in every single instance of the way. And yes, we're also going to use this as a platform to highlight some of our community members who are doing so many amazing work in the communities. And we want to use this as a platform to also recognize this work that they are doing. And please, again, before I tap out, make sure you engage with the report and you engage with the work that we do and that's coming out from our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ufa. As she was saying early, we have some community members who are doing a good job in our community. So I would like to invite Anna to present this community member. Thank you. Over to you, Anna. And also, I have some copy of the impact report, so hard copy you can come to take some of it if you want. Thank you. So Anna, over to you.
Thank you, Rashad. I hope you all can hear me. My name is Hannah. I'm a communications lead at Digital Grassroots. I'm coming from Belarus, but I'm currently based in France. Yeah, and I think we're coming to the most exciting part of this session for us at DIGRA, where we get to celebrate and acknowledge the amazing impact that our community members have been doing. Because as Ufa mentioned, we are an organization, but we're also a community of people who are driving the knowledge and experiences that we try to transfer to the communities across our global network. And the stories of the people that we're happy to recognize today, they are a testament to DIGRA's spirit and values of fostering digital literacy, advocacy, and impactful leadership in internet governance. The first person I would like to recognize, and an important thing, do not hesitate to and be very generous with the clapping emojis. When we recognize people, I think it's a very cool option that we have here. Yes. The first person I would like to acknowledge is Nancy Vachira. Since joining DIGRA in 2018, Nancy has magnified her impact in the digital space, leveraging her journey from a participant to a youth leader in global internet governance initiatives. Nancy utilized DIGRA experience to become a global digital inclusion advocate, working towards reducing digital inequalities in rural communities through her international engagements, from representing digital grassroots at the events like Commission on the Status of Women to involvement with IGF, ISARC, and other key initiatives. Nancy has been advancing DIGRA mission at a global stage, ensuring that the efforts to bridge digital divides resonate across different communities and inspire active participation in digital space. Nancy, I would like to give you space.
It's okay now, you can speak.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm so grateful to be part of this community. Since I began and joined the community in 2018, it was the first, I was in the first cohort when DIGRA just began, and I didn't know much about the digital space or what to really expect as I began my journey. But out of curiosity, I just followed through and participated in the digital space. I had done information technology back in my university, but I didn't know where to begin to grow myself, to be able to speak up and to champion issues that can bring positive changes to people in the community. So DIGRA was my first community. I'm really grateful for my mentors, Esther, Ufa, and Wadangi. They really held my hand and showed me what to really do in this space. And as I kept growing on, I have been in IGF space, and I have contributed. And recently this year, I represented DIGRA community at International Women's Day in New York. It was a great platform to share my story and how I began, where I am, and the impact I'm still creating. So I'm really grateful for this community, and together we can be able to achieve much and to do much as we keep on growing and growing young people, helping a hand and showing the way. Thank you, everyone, and I hope we both participate and get to grow ourselves to the better.
Thank you so much, Nancy. And thank you to everyone who's reacting to, with the emojis. The next person I would like to introduce and acknowledge is our community member from Haiti, Stanley Junior Bernard. From a dedicated learner to educator and advocate, Stanley has magnified his impact as a DIGRA community member, championing youth empowerment and internet governance on a worldwide stage. Actively engaging with DIGRA across years, Stanley has shown leadership in several of our projects, notably leading a DIGRA mini hackathon. Stanley's leadership in his home country also drives the Young Girls Empowerment Initiative, where he tirelessly works towards mitigating gender-based violence and fostering digital literacy through various platforms, including the local chapter of the Internet Society and Youth Observatory. Stanley has transitioned his insights into action, advancing our cause of building youth internet leaders, both within his community and on a global stage. Stanley, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ashad. Welcome. Hello, everyone, and thank you for this introduction. I am Stanley Junior Bernard. I am from Haiti, and I am also part of the DIGRA community. And it's an excellent opportunity for me to be here present at the IGF 2023, even if I'm not present physically, but I think being part of it online is an amazing thing. And also today is the best day for me because it's my birthday and I have the opportunity to talk about digital grassroots, how that community has impacted my life. Since I've joined the digital grassroots in 2019, I think this is the first time I've met things related to internet governance, and that has delved me into internet governance. I joined the Internet Society and take many courses online with the Internet Society that helped me build also my knowledge and my skills on internet issues. And I could say now that the digital grassroots was one of the best things that could happen to me because that have helping me, that has played a significant role in shaping my understanding on digital rights and internet governance. And that has provided me with the tools and knowledge that I needed to succeed in the digital world. Because nowadays, the technologies are the new trend, and people in my country doesn't really have access to technology, to internet, to connectivity. And even now, I still struggle to go online because of internet connectivity. And I think the internet should be open, free, accessible to everyone, not to only the North country, but also to global South. People should benefit to opportunities that are online. And I can say through the digital grassroots, I was awarded a scholarship of the One Young World this year. And I think this is one of the things that that made the impact of digital grassroots in my life, because through the digital grassroots, my work in IT has been recognized, and I was granted a scholarship from the One Young World, one of the global events in the world. So I would say that, I believe that digital grassroots has an important role to play in building digital capacity for marginalized youth around the world. Because of its innovative program, I would say that the Digital Right Learning Exchange was one of the best programs that I've ever attended that is based on digital rights, on digital activism, on digital advocacy, because we need this kind of training to reinforce the capacity of young people from the global south. So I would encourage everybody to support the work of digital grassroots because the work that they are doing is impeccable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Stanley. And I'm not sure if it's appropriate space and place to sing happy birthday collectively, but happiest of birthday to you. Yeah, I hope you're going to have a wonderful day. Um, yeah, last but not least, we have Grace Sauki from Zimbabwe, embarking on her leadership journey with Tigra. Grace has forged her path in the community from a learner to a mentor and advocate, exemplifying Tigra's values of community elevation and knowledge translation. And her efforts at the Zimbabwe Information and Technology Empowerment Trust have been instrumental in embedding digital rights and literacy within local framework. Her translation of capacity building skills and deeper knowledge translated into actionable initiatives, not only uplifting her community and acquiring crucial digital literacy skills, but also has been playing a crucial role in the learning experience of Tigra newcomers, where she has been supporting our learners, creating a ripple of empowered digital advocacy and literacy across our Tigra network. Grace, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. Yes, my name is Grace, and I'm from Zimbabwe, and I'm so pleased to be part of this of this event to launch the impact report. My journey started with Tigra started in 2022. Yes, when I participated in the Digital Rights Learning Exchange, and I can actually will openly say that that was more like an eye opener, and not only an eye opener, but it propelled me in my leadership journey in the internet and the digital rights landscape. Because soon after participating in the Digital Rights Learning Exchange, well, I actually got spotlighted for another opportunity, and I could have never had an opportunity to be part of this prestigious community solutions program. So currently I'm in the United States, still carrying on the same issue, working on the same issue when we're looking at digital literacy and also increasing digital safety and digital rights awareness amongst amongst our communities. So, we are really unstoppable together. And through DIGRA, I actually learned that instead of looking for what's wrong in any other situation, we should look at what we are strong at. And if we maximize on that, we can continue to have impact in our communities. So yeah, I'm actually happy to be part of this community, and I would like to continue to be part of the DIGRA community. Based on the work that we are doing, it's actually similar work, and working together can actually make us have more impact in all our communities. And we are also putting Africa on the spotlight. So thank you so much, DIGRA, and I'm so happy that you invited me to be part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And just before we go, I would like to just say a brief thank you to everyone. And I don't know if any other member of the team would just like to say a few words before we go. We pass on back to Rashad.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
Esther would like to say something. I don't know.
I just wanted to say big congratulations to all of you. This impact report would not have been possible without your hard work and also the dedication. When we started DIGRA programs just through volunteering and collaborating, it was really in the hope that we can create new leaders, new young leaders from our side of the world, so that we are more represented in the internet governance ecosystem. And I'm just so proud to see what you're all doing and the good success you've achieved. And just huge congratulations. We are very proud of you, and thank you for being part of our community. Thank you, Rashad.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. As we are going to the end of this session, I would like to express my gratitude to each of you and every one of you for your active engagement and also your contribution. So in the coming month and coming year, we hope to build upon this foundation and go forward. Together, we are truly unstoppable together. And I look forward to our continued journey together. Thank you, and until we meet again. Keep digital grassroots movement alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashad. Thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry, aren't there any questions?
Yes, we can ask questions. You can use this mic to ask your question.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is James. I'm from Cameroon. So I want to thank you for your well-articulated presentation and for your report. But going through the presentations and from all the guests, speaking, I realized one similarity. They were predominantly from, say, English parts of Africa and, other African countries. And the IGF is really struggling to promote multilingual, environment. So I come from Cameroon, for example. Today is the very first time I hear about this lofty project. So firstly, what are the conditions to become an ambassador? And the second question is, what are you people doing to get into other countries which do not express themselves in English? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. I will give you a little answer, and my colleague also will help me. So, as I was saying, I am Rashad Sanusi, and I am from Benin. And Benin is also a French-speaking country like Cameroon. So my journey also in digital grassroots started in 2019, where I attended IGF, like you are attending now, in Berlin, and I met digital grassroots in a booth. So it's where I hear about digital grassroots, and I decided to join one of the program, which is the community leadership training. So I joined this program, and over the year, I learned a lot. And after now, I joined the team. So even I am not from English country, I was able to learn through this journey together. So I learned a lot. And I think our program is also open for everyone, even you are not from English country. So I have a lot of ambassadors from Benin as well who join our program. So, but I will let my colleague to give more answer. So, Ufa, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Rashad. And like you've already said, Digital Grassroots, we do a lot of work in the Francophone speaking countries in Africa. And we have a call for applications when we are running our ambassadors program. Admittedly, the language barrier in internet governance is an issue. So we've historically run a specific cohort of training for Francophone speaking countries, where we try to run the entire training program on internet governance and digital rights in French. That's the whole program is delivered in French. You can engage with us, talk to Rashad after this session, to visit our website, to learn more about our work, read our reports, to stay in touch with us, join our mailing list, and see how you can be a part of our community. We're 100% open and always looking for new ways to innovate around engaging more people in internet governance.
Thank you, Ufa. I think we can engage further after. Thank you. I don't know if you have questions also online. No. So thank you all for joining us, and it's really great to have you all. So have a good day. Bye.
Hi, testing. The microphone test. Test. Microphone test. I'm sorry, but excuse me, but microphone test now. Testing. Okay. Testing.
We can't see you test. Yes, we did. That's what we tested. Yes, because we're still testing. Okay.
Hello. Test. Testing now. Internet Governance Forum 2023, 18th annual meetings. Maybe.
入ってますね。
これをキャプションをコントロールしている人がいて、多分セッションが始まらないとオンにしないと思うんですよ、そのシステムを。もう一回言って。When the session starts, he put on the caption.
Oh, she saw it. Yes, saw it. Yeah. Okay, so it's fine? So now I'm just waiting for your certification. Okay. Okay. 15 minutes after the hour. And now we just pick. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Hello, Samuel. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Is John there too?
I don't see him on the. I don't see him here. I've already messaged him as well, but I don't see him on the participants here.
Can you turn on your camera?
Yeah, of course. I was about to, yeah. Are you able to see me?
Now we see you.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. Can we do a test now?
yes.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Let's do the testing. Can you see us?
Yes, see you.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Oh, Samuel. Yeah. Good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Yeah. Well, where's John? Is John coming too, or?
I have just messaged him. He hasn't replied, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sure he'll join us very soon. I hope. Yeah. So.
Yes.
So how shall we? Okay. So you'll be doing the IS interpretation, and so you need to see us, right? Also. Or
I will need it's better if I can see the speakers. Yeah.
I see. But primarily you will be signing, unless someone is signing in IS, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
correct.
So you'll be talking primarily, and yeah. Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talking with Mohammed in Brisbane.
Hey, Judith, do you see Akram online? Peter, you are online. Can you check your mic?
Yeah, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you. Grace, do you see Judith? Do you see Grace there? Don't? Okay. Deidre, can you test your voice?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. I think it's a morning for you, so good morning.
Thank you. It's 11 minutes past 2 a.m.
Oh.
Oh dear. Very, oh dear. Lots of coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to take the seats? It's 2 minutes to the session. Judith, are you and tech team done with the setups? So, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to take the seats? Lydia.
Is this on? Yeah. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's come here for our session on the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. Thanks so much for joining us online and in person. We greatly appreciate it. So we welcome you all here for the session, DCAT Envisioning for the Future. And I can run through the agenda with you. And the agenda is we are going to talk about we're going to talk about the what the agenda is. And first we will introduce, we have a whole series. We recently, in the past year, we revitalized DCAD. We created a series of governance documents. We created a code of conduct. We did a series of other things here to revamp the service. And then we also have, for the first time in person, 3 disability fellows that were funded through the generosity of Vince Cerf, who has funded our fellowship program. So we have here Vidya Reddy. She represents India. She'll be speaking. We also have Nicodemus from Kenya. And then we have Professor Inouye from Japan, as well as Lydia Best, representing the hard of hearing community in Europe. So we're having a exciting list of speakers here. We also have our mentor here for our Disability Fellows, Gunilla Aspring. So we thank you all for coming, and I will then pass it on to Lydia, and to our colleague, Dr. Shabir, who is my co-head of the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Good afternoon to everyone present here, and good morning and greeting of the day or evening, wherever you are in your time zones. Thank you very much for joining the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disabilities session featuring Re-envisioning the Future. Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability is an advocate of accessibility of Internet governance forums. Its visibility of persons with disabilities in the forums, as well as the accessibility of the forums for people with disabilities. With this vision, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, with the generous support of Vince Cerf and Google, have been able to bring number of persons with disabilities in person to this session. We actually had a support program for online or remote participation as well, but as so fate happened that the support applications that we received were mostly related to in-person participation. So nothing about us without us is only possible if person with disabilities themselves, as I often say, come forward and contribute into the discussions. I am really grateful, and I thank to our wonderful fellows from India, from Kenya, from Europe, to Vidya, Lydia, Nicodemus, Professor Inoue, and Ms. Tabinta for being with us. This is really a remarkable moment in DICAD's history, as we have been struggling for COVID period, number of organizations. This is a sort of revival of the DICAD after going into sort of hibernation for a year or so. That's why I really am glad that we are able to bring that forum into the living people's life and contribute to where it should be contributing, to make the Internet Governance Forums accessible for people with disabilities. I believe after the welcome and introduction, the first thing that we had on our agenda was to talk about the accessibility of the IGF forum. As has been the tradition that we always try to sort of map the accessibility of IGF forums. So I would really want here any of my colleagues sitting on this table or in the hall or online, if you want to share your experiences with regards to accessibility of the IGF. If you faced any issues or problems, you have the forum now. You can ask for the forum, the mic will come to you, or online you can raise your hand, and Deidre, my co-moderator, will tell us if there are any comments from online. Yes.
Yes, and Judith Hellerstein. So we also are happy to announce that the main session of the dynamic of all the dynamic coalitions will be held on Friday, but we also have international sign language on that session. We found out too late that the main sessions, most of the main sessions, will not have international sign language. That sign language was only available for the high-level sessions and for the opening closing ceremonies, but we made it a point that we needed it for the dynamic session coordination main session, and we were happy that the Secretariat was able to arrange for that as well. So look forward to seeing that, as well as
are there any comments on the accessibility of IGF?
Dr. Shabir asks if there's any comments on the accessibility of the IGF.
Well, it's Peter Crosby here. I can make a couple of comments if you want. Although these are comments I've been making every year, as we all have, I think, in regard to the IGF. And I'm someone with a cognitive disability. So basically, I'm looking for information online that's clear, easy to access, and so on. Easy login, all of that. And once again, the IGF site, it just fails on all those criteria. I do not believe for 1 second that the IGF site itself, let alone the aspects of it devoted to the forum, meet, WCAG, guidelines. I don't believe there's any proper auditing being done. I don't believe that it has any input or any meaningful input from people with disabilities. And as with every year, I feel that many people are being excluded because it's much, much too complicated, and basically on some levels doesn't work. I mean, I can go into some of the specifics at some other point if anyone wants, but that's just my experience of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter. This is really valuable. I really appreciate this. The comment about following the web content accessibility guidelines for the development of the websites and apps is really necessary. And if this organization, the organization that we are sitting and the conference we are sitting for speaking at, the Internet Governance Forum doesn't follow it, who else then we can expect that they would follow? So this is really a very crucial comment. Thank you so much for raising it up.
Yes.
Lydia, do you have something to say?
Oh, could someone get a mic to Vidya? Maybe Vidya, can you stand? Oh no, Vidya. Oh, Vidya. Vidya raised her hand. Vidya raised her hand.
In front of you, there's a mic.
Yes, so one concern that I had is firstly to do with registration. I think I just needed some help with the registration. Now I exactly don't remember where, but I just needed some help while registering. And also, I'm a person with visual impairment and I'm from India. And one main issue I'm having is with the scheduling of the events, the personal schedule, and also there's the schedule on the IGF website, which has Excel file. So if I open that, sometimes while going through it using my screen reader, I might miss out on some data. And also each time I have to ask my brother who is here, what is the next session? So or I have to open my website and getting there with the screen reader is a little bit difficult. So something that I've seen on different conferences which are specifically for persons with disability is to have this schedule in alternative formats like Braille, so that at least people who know how to use Braille can get to the session really easily. You know which page number it is, and if you put your hand there, you can read it and figure out. So that is quicker way of doing than asking it to everybody. And one more session is because I'm now with my brother, so I don't have navigational issues because he's able to see. But if I would have come here by myself, I'm not very sure how difficult it would be. So again, I've seen in some conferences where there's a Braille map or some tactile, the building is made accessible at least through the tactile. So when you walk, you just figure out the way. So, or some easily available help where you can ask where to go very easily.
Thank you so much for that. One comment we had, I was wondering, and maybe others can tell us, the IGF also has an interactive schedule now, and whether that schedule is easier to read for persons with disabilities. Okay, so Shabir says he will come to that. So we're going to give the floor now to Lydia Best.
Thank you. So Lydia speaking. I'm looking on the perspective of people who are deaf and hard of hearing. And in general, before we go to any events, we really would like to know how we will be able to follow. So for me, looking at the IGF website, both the official website and the organizer's website, one thing I'm always looking for is accessibility. And there is not an easy way to find an accessibility information and to find out, for example, if all the sessions will be captioned, if all the sessions will have a sign language interpretation, and what about the audio access to those who need it as well. So that kind of information is vital for us to even want to travel all the way, because otherwise we don't know what to expect. So I think that's something what can be quite easily, resolved and achieved. Just provide us the information of what you have prepared. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. We will make sure that we put these in. Just for clarity's sake, we do need another line item on the bottom, but all the sessions are captioned. And in fact, but it's not easy to find. There are transcript links for every session, but it's not very easy to find. So we're going to ask them to make sure that these are more accessible, and there should be a accessibility statement listing the accessibility of each session, and we could add that as a comment to it.
Judith, if I can just add that. My comment is mostly about the on-site participation.
Right.
We know that online, in general, we have that information because we can see that there is captioning or sign language for whatever sessions, but we don't know what is happening on-site.
Right, but I think that would be also, should be also in the accessibility statement that's on the website.
Yes,
That-
I totally agree with Lydia there that we do know that the session would be captioned. The high-level session would have the sign language, international signs, but with regards to on-site accessibility, there are a number of questions. And this brings me to my point that I wanted to highlight here. There are a number of facilities and information. There is a lot of information for on-site participants. One of that is about the different events and programs that are happening. Vidya talked about, and Judith raised a question about the interactive agenda and program. For me, I consider myself a moderate computer user who is a little bit well-versed in the technology, so I can navigate it. But for a user who was a basic level user of the accessible technology, this interactive program would be a difficult one to navigate. Secondly, with regards to physical accessibility of the event, we just had before this session, about an hour before this session, we had lunch, thankfully provided by the local host. This lunch has information on the website that what would be served every day and where it would be served. Very nice. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. But what and where the program was lacking was the information about the menus, that what choices would be there every day, vegetarian, Muslim or halal food, or etc. The menus were there, they are supposed to be there, but the problem with the screen reader was that it would tell you an image of a picture. Well, that's a no information. If you want to go about making your events accessible, you have to give every information in an accessible format. And that brings us to the point which was highlighted by Peter, that you need to follow the web content accessibility guidelines while developing these websites. This information was put on the website. Had there been a proper audit of the website and the pages, I'm sure this information would have come up. We had tried to raise this issue at a number of earlier events as well. Before I move forward, may I ask Deidre, the online moderator, do we have any hand raised or questions in the online space?
I haven't seen anything yet.
Is there anyone in the remote space who would want to say or contribute to this discussion that we are having here?
I think we're all listening carefully to what is being said.
Thank you so much for that. This brings me to the next question, and that I would want to ask my local friends here. We have two persons with disabilities from Japan in this room, Professor Inoue and Miss Tabanta. Am I pronouncing the name right? Nearly. Could you correct me then? Tabata, okay. So we have Professor Inoue and we have Miss Tabata with us in this room. Let's listen to Professor Inoue first, who would be talking to us with the help of the interpreter. So let's listen to him. What are his impression of the Internet Governance Forum and what he thinks is the accessibility all about? You can take the
interpreter has a microphone. Thank you. Hello, my name is Inoue, Masahiro Inoue. I'm deaf, so I'm using sign language here, and the sign language interpreter is voicing from my signing. First, let me briefly introduce myself. I am a professor at a national university, which is established for deaf and hard of hearing students. And from a deaf perspective, I have been engaged in many issues related with information access. And there is the federation called World Federation of the Deaf. And I have been serving as an expert member on technology and accessibility more than 10 years. Among the speakers here, it seems I'm the only deaf person. So speaking from a deaf perspective, I would like to say it is important that deaf people can exchange information, not only in writing, but also in sign language. So although it is not perfect yet, the speech-to-text technology has been very much advanced. However, as for the speech-to-sign language or sign language-to-speech translation technology, it is far from a usable level. It's still going to take time to reach there. Therefore, in order to ensure equal access to internet communication for deaf people, we continue to need human resources such as sign language interpreters and captionists. So that's what I think. We need more, continue to use some human resources for that. Now we have an issue, how to bear the cost. That's something we need to consider. Now, with the advancement of the technology, if we put our minds to, we can do almost anything. The question is whether we can really realize it. In Japan, various laws have been enacted for people with disabilities, such as non-discrimination law and domestic standards for accessibility. Well established now. For example, in the case of World Wide Web, in order to ensure the equal access of persons with disabilities, especially for the visual impairment, deaf, hard of hearing people, the necessary consideration accommodations are summarized in a guideline. However, these national standards are not mandatory in Japan, and there are no penalty for failure to comply to. That is why we still find many public websites are not accessible for persons with disabilities. That's the reality. One good example is telephone relay service. It started in Japan, it is based on the law which clearly defines the responsibility of the state. And who's going to be responsible for the cost as well. So it is very important to have this kind of laws that it's the responsibility of the states to ensure the access of the internet for all people. So in order to realize the equal access for all persons with disabilities, so we have to, it is important that it is not persons with disabilities to adapt and make efforts. It's the state and the society to take responsibility for developing a mechanism to realize full participation of PWDs. So I'm sorry, I was kind of nervous. I'm not sure if I could explain well, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. This is really enlightening, and the two key messages that I would take from this speech, though I won't call it a nervous speech, that was a very well articulated. One is that we need to do the costing, and when it comes to accessibility, there cannot be any match of accessibility when it comes to accessibility. You cannot compare it. So cost should not be, in my perspective. Of course, it is a factor and a main factor as well, and a real one as well. But to me, it should not be a factor when it comes to making an event accessible for people with disabilities. And second and main thing, the one key lesson, if the people in this hall and the system that we are contributing to, the IGF system, were to take one lesson from this speech, that would be that it should not be persons with disabilities adapting to the system. It should be the system making it comfortable and accessible itself for people with disabilities. And that is called the social approach, the approach of UNCRPD itself. It's the idea very well articulated by the professor, but the theme, the theory was already ingrained in the CRPD, and we'll not be doing something new if we were to adopt this approach. Before I move forward with the agenda, are there any comments or questions from the hall or online participants?
Sabia, is Judith, I want to add something, and Deirdre, 1 minute. Also, as the professor said, it's up to the states. But one of the other things that I think he also did not mention is that many of these laws were based on a pre-digital society, and they need to be brought up to date. So the telephone relay is based on an old system when we only had voice, and they need to be brought up to the date. The same way, just like emergency responses were based on an old system and need to be brought up to date, so they need to have video for people who could sign in the video and talking to the emergency response person. They need to have the ability to have all these type of ways to do it. In the U.S., there was a law about this, and they also in addition to what he said about the funding for the telephone relay, they also have an additional tax that's put on all the phones to pay to make sure that video is also working, so that when people who cannot hear can use sign language, and they can speak to that, and it would work well. So all this is important now to make sure that the laws are brought up to the digital arena where video and others are needed. And it's the same thing. And the issues of also is, as he was saying, pictures. It's an issue mostly of awareness. Society has not understood. They don't, that when you have a picture, they can't see it. So you have to keep explaining to them, saying, oh, it just says picture. If we want people to see it, we need to explain what's in the picture. Just like when you post on Facebook, you say, this is a picture of X. They're describing what's in there. We found that when you explain to people, we shouldn't have to be doing that, but when we are doing explanations, people say, oh, thank you so much. I hadn't realized this. I hadn't known this. And so we have to, there's a lot of work being done. We have to keep doing on making people aware of what are the issues so that they know and they can address them, because many people want to address them. They're just not aware that this has happened because they're so used to just posting and photos and that type of thing that they don't understand that this has to be done.
Judith,
Theodore?
Well, I have a comment and I would respond to this. We are talking about, so the professor was too polite to not to say that in terms of accessibility, we still were living in dark ages. On the second point, for individuals, this could be justified that they would not know something about accessibility. But institutions cannot hide behind the fact that they did not know. They are actually there. It is their responsibility to know of accessibility requirements and fulfill them. So for instance, IGF cannot get away with the statement that they did not know. If IGF doesn't know about accessibility standards, so, well, it would be, I would not say anything more about that. Institutions cannot be forgiven. Full stop. Any online comments, Deidre?
There are.
Yes, please tell us what they are.
Mohammed Akram from, I'm so sorry, I do not remember the acronym for your organization. He wanted to say it is true that voice to text is much advanced, but it is yet not 100% accurate, so we need human resources for human captioning, especially in local languages. And thank you. He tells me he's from Pakistan. That's his comment. And he is expert on relay services.
Yes, we have him as a speaker. Thank you, Akram, very much for coming online. I will give you the mic in a while. Are there any other comments online, Deidre? Or
Not
any
at
person,
the moment. Thank
or
you.
any person who
Yes.
wanted to take mic?
We did have a comment here that from Muhammad Akram, and he wanted it written out into the record. He says, just a comment. It is true that voice to text is much advanced.
That's what just Deidre read, Judith.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Any other person who from the online space who may want to take mic and say something?
No one has
No one.
asked yet.
Anyone from this hall, any questions or comments that the discussion that we just had?
Nicodemus?
Yes, Nicodemus, please.
Yes, my name is Nicodemus Nyakundi. I'm from Kenya, courtesy of DCAD. And I would love to comment on the professor's input on laws that guide accessibility. In May this year in Kenya, we did an assessment on government websites, accessibility to persons with disabilities. And one of the realizations that we came to get through the focus group discussions was that, yes, like in Kenya, we have our standards on website accessibilities, but they are not being followed. So we realized that the main key issue is there is no watchdog. There's nobody standing to implement these laws and ensure that the websites are accessible. Another thing is that there's lack of awareness, both in the public and even the web developers. If there's a web developer in here, they'll attest that when you're developing a web, there are instances that you'll be asked for accessibility features. And most of them then tend to ignore these features because maybe they are rushing over time, or maybe they are not aware that it is a very necessary key component in web accessibility. And then another issue was involvement of persons with disabilities, because we realized that they make laws, they make policies, but they don't consider the input or the lived experience of persons with disabilities. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Nicodemus, for this comment. And now I would want to move on to our second local speaker, Ms. Tabata from Japan. She has a very extensive experience with the World Blind Union as well. So she might be able to tell us about the accessibility of websites and digital services in other parts of the world, as well as I would also want her to comment if she had a chance to look at the IGF website and how far it was accessible for persons with disabilities. Ms. Tabata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Michiko Tabata. I am born with severe partial sightedness, and I worked with the Asia-Pacific region of the World Blind Union since 2004 and served two terms as regional president until the term came to the full stop 2 years ago. So sorry, Chair, I might not have the latest issue on the other parts of the world. So let me focus on what we experience here in this country. But before that, I would like to talk a little bit about the accessibility of this conference. First, like the lady from India talked, it was quite hard to register. The registration was not very accessible, and I think I spent about 2 hours completing. And about 1 hour and something that happened which was beyond my control, and everything went gone. So I had to do everything again. It was a very challenging experience. Another thing is the wayfinding of this venue. I came around with a sighted gentleman in the floor, and we had such a hard time finding this room. So the wayfinding needs to be sorted out better, or like having more persons assisting people to find the right rooms. And lastly, I was a little surprised to hear at the beginning of the session that only a very limited number of sessions have sign language interpretations. As I will mention, these days, the access to web is like the essence of our lives. So the persons with hearing impairments, there should be more people who are interested in all the other issues on the internet. So I know it involves cost, like Mr. Chair mentioned, so maybe we cannot implement all the interpretation to everything, but there should be more expansion of the accessibility of the conference itself. So that's what I thought from this conference. Going back to the blindness issues, I'm sure all the ICT experts have been talking about the accessibility features to support access to websites for blind and partially sighted persons, like being able to manipulate in keyboards, having alternative text on the graphics, having names on buttons and links so we will know what will function once pressing that button, and having a flexibility in colors and contrast to support the users who have low vision. So I'm sure there are many people here who know better than me. So I just remind you that these are some of the features that will assist blind people. I recently run into a statistics done by the Japanese government showing that the high ratio of persons with vision impairment in Japan who use internet, more than 90%, although it was up to 79 years old, so maybe over 80 years of age. I'm not sure the ratio could be lower, but nevertheless, there are so many people with disabilities, even for the persons with disabilities in general, the ratio was far above half. So it's very part of the essence of daily lives. For example, the internet, access to internet used to be having news on the site, watching movies, watching TVs, listening to music, exchanging communications. But these days, especially in Japan, partly because of the manpower shortage, our population is shrinking gradually. Many face-to-face services are going on web these days, like booking transportation, following the in identity certification that's been changing by this country over the past few decades. Then about the vaccination for the COVID-19, there are all these things that are so essential to your daily lives that really depend on the access to web. So if you don't have access to websites, for example, you can't book a transportation, you can't get vaccination, you can't have the identity certified properly. All these issues are so serious. So I think that the web access to web should be given more emphasis because of this essentiality in your life, whether you have a disability, whether you are aged, no matter how old or how young. If you want to get public services or private services, you definitely need access to web. Another statistics shows that only less than 10% of websites by private sectors are meeting the standards in Japan industrial standards, which I think is probably a little less strict than the WCIG, but nevertheless, still so few of the websites developed by private sectors are meeting the accessibility standards. So the reason is, of course, as some of the participants already mentioned, part may be the cost issue, part may be the awareness issue. If you look around the cyberspace, you will see a lot of comments, accessibility, that will reduce designing, accessibility, nobody will benefit. So I really think we need to work harder to raise awareness in the society. And then we also need to draw strategies to persuade to the government that web accessibility is part of the essence of your life, and it's so crucial for your well-being to ensure the accessibility to websites for everyone. I'm not sure. I have the clear idea what I can do now, but I will definitely continue to tell people that the access to websites is so essential for everyone. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for this, Ms. Tabata. This is really important, though these are lifetime real experiences that you just share with us, and I really appreciate that. Before I move forward, Deidre, do we have Muhammad Akram online?
He was there. Yes, he's here.
He's here. Okay, so we want Mr. Muhammad Akram to share his experiences with us. Akram, could you, as a president of Asia Pacific Hard of Hearing Union, tell us that how these services work for persons with hard of hearing in this region, and what would you have wanted to see in this conference?
Mohammed Akram, you need to open your microphone. Dr. Shabir, could you remind him, please, to open his microphone?
Please, Akram, please open your microphone. Oh. Yes, we have maybe IS interpreter. Could you remind Akram to open it, unmute himself?
Or
he's there now.
IS interpreter could interpret.
He said
yes.
Okay, our interpreter will interpret for you. Or if you want, you could type it in the screen, and we could read it out. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you if you're speaking. Well, we want to, maybe while we work on that, we can go to our next speaker. Oh, he's here now. Oh, great. We can see you. But we can't hear you yet. Okay. We'll move on to the next speaker, Peter. Maybe Peter Crosby can also talk about his experiences.
Peter, while we work with Akram, do you want to take mic?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I'll leave my video off if that's okay, because I have a very bad internet where I am. So just quick introduction. My name is Peter Crosby. I am autistic. My input today will mainly be around cognitive disabilities, cognitive accessibility. I actually, it's wonderful to hear people's input, but I actually have to confess I find it depressing and even disturbing. I first came to an IGF conference in 2018 when an autistic organization asked me to represent them. And it's just really, well, unfortunately, it's not a strong enough word, but here we are, what is it, 5 years later now, we're still talking about exactly the same issues, For the most part, from what I can see in my sort of short history of exposure to the accessibility sort of movement and what groups like DICAT are trying to do, I just do not see that there is any meaningful progress. I do not see within the IGF or outside the IGF that the issues around accessibility are really being grasped. I don't see that beyond what I would think of as sort of band-aid solutions or add-ons, most of which are technological, that we're actually getting anywhere. I constantly read surveys or interviews with people looking into this area and speaking to people like web developers, and it's really clear that they have no idea what accessibility is, except a sort of a box that they have to check that comes down from whoever's commissioning their work or their development or their designs. I mean, there was a survey I came across recently, but although it's from a while back, an organization did a survey of 37 websites that were government services websites in Europe, in different countries, and not a single one of them, not one of those 37 fully complied with WCAG guidelines. And they were also guidelines version 2, not version 2.1, which are more up to date. I think that there has to be a sort of a moment of self-reflection here amongst all of us as to what's going on and as to how accessibility is being presented, because it just seems that the message is just not getting through. I mean, for example, I think in terms of the disability rights movements, one of the big mistakes we've made is to allow people who don't have disabilities to think that disability access or accessibility doesn't concern them. They think it's not an issue for them, but it is an issue for them, or it will be an issue for them. Every single person at some point in their lives will require accessibility support. I mean, I even now, I'm a perfect example. I have a broken arm and I cannot access a computer keyboard properly or at all really with my right hand. So I'm using speech to text for most of my text input. I mean, that's a simple example. And I know in terms of cognitive disabilities, I mean, one of the key elements of what cognitive accessibility is about is, for example, being overwhelmed by too much information. Now, every single person in this room at some point will have come across a website where they're being overwhelmed by too much information. But that's happening because that website is not following WCAG guidelines, whether or not you have a cognitive disability or not. People who, I mean, recently also, because of my arm, I was hospitalized. I was on medication. I had real trouble being able to access the web or the internet in the way I normally do. And there was a few days there I could not do it at all. And once again, that's because these measures are not being put in place, but also it's an example of how all of us are impacted by a lack of accessibility measures being put on place around the whole field of ICT. It's not just the internet. So that's very briefly, I mean, I won't take too much time. My feelings in regards to this, if anyone wants to know anything more, perhaps specifically about cognitive accessibility or disability, maybe I'll put a couple of links in the chat for people to follow up in their own time, and unless anyone has any specific questions. But I think in going forward, to sort of summarize or conclude for DICAD, for me, it has to be about education. We've got to somehow find a way of reaching people and educating them about what accessibility is, that it's not some big bogeyman, that it's simply an essential part of ICT, essential part of web design, It's not something that you add on as an afterthought. It has to be there from day one. And it also has to be monitored continuously. I mean, that survey I mentioned before, one of the points they made is sites are put up, they comply with WCAG guidelines, they get ticked off on, and then no one monitors them. And you come back 2 or 3 years later, and all of a sudden, you have a site where you have a lot of content that's inaccessible. So anyway, they're my thoughts, and I'll pass back over to yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Peter, for these info thoughts. These are really important. The key message that we take from your speech is that the accessibility has to be there right from the start, and there has to be the processes that keep the accessibility sustained. The question that you ask, I think we all should ask, and we all need an answer to it as well, that the message, if the message is not getting across, what do we do? We have a message from Muhammad Akram from Pakistan. I would ask Judith to read that message for us. Judith. Yes.
Thank you. This is reading Muhammad Akram's because he prefers to type in the chat. This is Akram, president of Asia Pacific Hard of Hearing Foundation. I will just focus on online meetings and training program accessibility. More than often, organizations depend on auto captioning that is not accurate, especially for people from different accents and languages. It causes a lot of barriers, and they need human captioning until captioning becomes 100% accurate. Another point is awareness. Even if captioning is available, speaker and trainer need to know that there are people with hearing disabilities. So when they refer to any image or diagram, give some pause so we can see the diagram. We cannot read captioning and look at a diagram at the same time, as hearing people can listen and watch diagrams at the same time. So this awareness should be part of online meeting and training management. Besides, one important point is that captioning, both human and auto, is available for far fewer languages. We need this in local languages too. We are always working to promote human captioning for local languages, but it's a big challenge. Thank you. Yes.
Yes,
Akram,
thank you. Thank you very much, Akram, for this very insightful message. I understand that there is a short time. So I would move quickly with the agenda now. I would ask Lydia Best to share her thoughts with us, because this is right after listening to the president of Asia Pacific Hard of Hearing. We now listen to Lydia Best, who has been with the DICAD for so long. She knows IGF, and she also knows the accessibility services. So Lydia.
Thank you very much, Muhammad. And I'm wearing quite a few hats generally, so it's difficult. But today I would like to say that I am, as part of a joint coordinating activity on accessibility and human factors from the International Telecommunication Union as the co-vice chair. But also in Europe, I wear a hat of the president of the European Federation of Hard of Hearing People, and I work very closely with Akram. So I would like to say, after what we have heard today, I'd like to agree with every word we've heard. And one of the things is we're talking about awareness, and we're talking about the laws which don't really mean anything often, especially when these laws are not following with fines or the implementation is not being checked, etc. And Akram touched on another thing, tick box exercise. Because sometimes in these laws, we don't really do anything when it comes to the quality, the usability of the access being provided. So for example, broadcasters can decide, let's do auto captioning for the broadcast news. And nobody cares if it is 100% accessible or not, but we have put something there, so it's there. So I think when it comes to the laws, when it comes to the accessibility in general, there has to be that quality also being followed. So it's quantity and quality, not just quantity itself alone. And at the ITU, we have developed together as persons with disabilities, experts with disabilities, as part of the global initiative on accessible ICT, is G3 ICT delegation, 2 technical standards which are able to guide and to ensure those who are developing and working on the meetings, for example, like a remote meeting today, as well as in general accessible meetings, to understand what is needed, what needs to be before the meetings, during the meetings, and after the meetings, to make sure that they are fully accessible. And those standards provide good framework. And it's not difficult to follow. It's a matter of wanting to learn and on this as well. What is also, those standards include human factors. Because you can have sometimes a person, maybe doing something and say, okay, I will do the auto-captioning because we don't have the money. Fair enough. But then someone needs to actually monitor what this auto-captioning is producing. And then, if that information is not correct, bring correction to it. Often it doesn't happen. And we are often left completely bewildered about what has been said, and we cannot participate fully if we don't understand fully the discussion. There is one more thing. The pandemic has definitely been responsible for pushing accessibility forward in some innovation, isn't it? But again, it's often not quality checked. So from our perspective, it's in making sure as well that when we discuss accessibility, innovation, we need to understand that both have a place. Sometimes we use auto-captioning in personal meetings, which is enough because between ourselves, between the groups, we understand how it works, so we know when to intervene and to fill in those gaps. But when it comes to languages and human captioning, sign language is the same way. We need the human resource as well to be developed. And what we're seeing, and what is a danger, that many companies, many organizations, including governments, think that it's enough that we invest a lot of money in the innovation alone. There is no need to invest human-related services to train the human resources to support us. And that is the danger here. Thank you. The floor to you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. We do have a couple of other speakers as well, and one of them is Vivian from .nz. And I really am grateful to Vivian, who is the CEO of the .nz, that on my invitation, she decided to be a part of this session. In New Zealand, .nz has initiated some accessibility-related projects, and I'm sure from today's discussion, you would have a lot of food for thought when you go back and do some improvements on those projects. Vivian, do you want to share something about your projects with us with very brief time, 3 minutes, say?
Thank you. Yes, just a couple of comments. Thank you for the invitation, and great to be listening to the reminders about the importance of quality access. So .nz is a relatively small organisation, but one of the things we're committed to doing is returning funds from people buying a domain name back to the community. So I've just been in this job for a year, and I was concerned that those funds returning to the community included people with disabilities in terms of who was getting the funds. So I just really wanted to share some simple things we'd done from the New Zealand Domain Name Organisation to include fund distribution to communities of people who have got particular access requirements. Some of them are so obvious it's almost embarrassing, but they have had a big impact on who applies for funding. So the first is on our website, in terms of criteria for funding, we have clearly identified that people with disabilities are a priority. There are other population groups who are also a priority, but we've clearly specified this group because of the potential for being excluded from participation. The second thing that we did was basically say, you can apply any way that works for you. If that's phoning up and having a conversation, we'll fill in the forms from there. Or if you want to have a meeting and, it's like you tell us what works for you and we'll adapt. So that's been a really important part of making our fund application process accessible. And then finally, we've left it up to groups who approach us to determine how they measure the outcomes of their project. So over the last year, we have had 9 projects funded from the disability community, and they range from people funding their own content, telling their stories within their communities, to innovation around smart access, to research on the best ways for teaching people with disabilities how to be safe online, to human-generated transcripts for deaf-blind people. And I'm so excited by the calibre of applications that we've received and the diversity of work. I would just kind of finish by noting that I don't think Internet New Zealand is anywhere close to being great at access or including all people. And it's a commitment we've made and we'll continue to be on that journey, but I feel very proud what we've achieved in this first year of our focus as a priority. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Vivian, for this very brief intervention, but this is very useful. I really appreciate you coming to this session. One of the underlying thing that I would want to share with with this session, and through this with the other registries and registrars in the domain name industry, that you have a lot of potential to make a lot of good contribution in terms of accessibility, provided you do the right thing. One of those things could be following on the steps of .nz. Knowing that you have deficiencies is essential for improvement, and I believe that .nz knows that. So this is really great. We also have Yoshinobu Ishii from Relay Service, Japan. I would also want your input onto this service, and what are your thoughts about the accessibility? Yasunobu, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Yasunobu Ishii from the Nippon Foundation Telecommunication Relay Service. And I'd like to talk about a little bit about our work now and also the suggestion. Let's skip some slides. And I think all of you already know about telephone relay service already, so I skip the explanation of this part also. And now, when we, together with Professor Inoue, we surveyed and found more than 25 countries have legislative framework to support official telecommunication relay service. It was 2017, so I think the number is growing now. But my point is more than, not more than, most of countries, almost all countries support only for conventional telephone communication and not supporting the communication using internet-based web like Zoom or Teams, Meet, WhatsApp, Line, etc. So we are, even though we are official organization designated by the Minister of Communication in Japan, we are not able to support the communication through such internet-based apps. So I would like to suggest to establish a framework, a legal framework, and funding mechanisms to sustain the continuous support of human support, such as sign language interpretation or other kind of help for the people who need to make their communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yasunobu. Deirdre, do we have Grace online? No. Just
I
for
haven't noticed her, but Andrea Sachs, a former coordinator of DCAD, had said a little earlier that there were some comments that she would like to make.
Oh, Andrea, are you still online? If you are, please unmute yourself and go ahead.
She may have trouble unmuting. She told me she couldn't find the microphone.
Can someone from the technical team send her a request? She dropped off? Yeah. Deirdre, well, I'm moving on with the agenda, but please let us know if she comes back online. We will pass the proceeding, and of course, she is one of the respected members of the DICAD. She would be given a chance. Whenever she is online, please feel free to interrupt us and let us know that Andrea is online, and we'll give her the floor. Moving on with the agenda, so we do have activity report. We listen to what relay service does and what the .NZ is doing with regards to accessibility. So this is perhaps the right time to move forward with the activity report of Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, DICAD. But before I give the floor to Judith, my co-coordinator, for the activity report, I would request the audience to think about the future activities that DICAD can undertake, because right after next, the question for you is going to be that what should be the future activities of the DICAD? So Judith, over to you.
Thanks so much. So this year was basically a rebuilding year, and we worked under a small team organized by Lydia Best to create some new governance documents for the DICAD. So we looked at several different other DCs that have been very successful, and we figured out after a long discussion what would be our new governance documents. So then we published those could be found on the website. We also wanted to make sure we had a code of conduct, because sometimes what happens is that there's sometimes there's disruptive people or people who are not respectful of others. We wanted to make sure that DICAD is a place that is respecting everyone's contribution. So we worked to create a code of conduct, which has always been a touchy subject for dynamic coalitions, because we want to have and be welcome and open to everyone, and so therefore we as a UN as a dynamic coalition of the IGF, which is part of the UN, we want to make sure that we don't not include people. So we work to with the coalition, with the main coordinating group, to create a code of conduct based on that. So we've done that, and several other activities. We are looking at how we can move forward in the future. Whether should we be working with committees? Do we want, if someone suggests an activity for us, we would then work to create a committee possibly to look into that activity, whether it's being a program activity or a research activity. And another one of our activities is the reinvigoration of the fellowship program, as Shabir mentioned earlier, and we are so glad to have gotten this fellowship off the ground. This was our first year. We learned so much from doing our fellowship for this year, so that we can apply it for next year and make it even better, and work to really help some of the people to really. The idea behind the fellowship is to have people with disabilities be able to really attend the conference, whether they need to have an assistant, an aide with them, or whether they're not. We want to make sure that it's really inclusive and they really can get the most out of the conference. And so that is what guided us on our goals here. And as we want to hear from you, we're doing a short, we'll put this up on the web, but as we're down to our last 10 minutes, we want to make sure that we leave time here for also from you to hear about what are your future activities. What do you want DICAD to do in the future? But also I wanted to mention is that all these suggestions that you have about how to improve the IGF, we will put in our guide to future ones. And that we will work also with new other people. The secretary, we work closely with Celine Ball, who's the new part of the new permanent staff to the IGF Secretariat. And she's been really helpful and instrumental in helping us in getting requirements. And it was her help that actually brought in to have the IS interpreter for the main session. Because she wants to make it, but she's new to this field, and so she doesn't really know. So I think this is really helpful that we have someone who's committed to doing it and working with us. So we want to hear from people what other future activities you want to do, what kind of programs you want DCAT to have. So please do let us know, and we could pass the mic around. Please, if there's anyone in the room who wants to raise their hand, please do let us know. Or if there's anyone online, Deirdre, you could let us know if anyone. Oh, Masahito?
Yes, Masahito, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Masahito Kawamori. I'm the rapporteur of accessibility at ITU, International Telecommunication Union. And also I've been working with the disability organizations as well as persons with disabilities organizations for many years so far. I think I've been working with Lydia as well and all of the DICAT management people. Anyway, so I would like to suggest that there are several things that we find important for this group to work on. One of the things is that I think with especially WCAG standard should be implemented and also tested or certified or something like that. So I think probably DICAT can work together with ITU to promote that kind of guideline or some kind of recommendation on how to do it. That's one thing. And especially on the use of page, what we call a page reader or text reader for the visually impaired people. That's absolutely necessary, as Ms. Tabata said. It's not something that nice to have, but it's already something must have. So we have to do it. Another thing is a very important point that has been raised by Mr. Ishii about how to integrate the telecommunication networks with the web and internet. And especially, I think that's one of the things that has been proposed in the United States by the United States government, how to accommodate, for example, identifiers with telephone numbers. And that's, I mean, especially for telephone numbers, that's where ITU comes in. So that will be a very good collaboration point, how to work on integrating accessibilities in the telephone network as well as the web and the internet platforms. I would suggest that these 2 or 3 things to be on the agenda of the future work program of DICAD, so that and also collaboration with ITU. Thank you. That's my point.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Masahito. Thanks. That's a really good suggestion. I would address these to my closing remarks. Any other suggestions?
Dr. Shabir?
Yes.
Mohammed Akram had another comment to make. May I read it?
Oh, please go ahead, Deidre.
One thing that needs work is helping countries in making mandatory web and apps accessibility policies with quality, and same time need to empower organization of persons with disability in this topic so that they can push and monitor implementation of such policies. And I would like to add my +1 to that comment. Thank you.
Yes, this is really a great suggestion. Any other comments from here in the hall or online?
Ganela,
Ganela. Oh, please go ahead, Ganela.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shabir. It's Gunilla Asbrink from the Internet Society Accessibility Standing Group. And I'm delighted to be here. I have been involved with DICAD for a number of years, and I'm absolutely delighted to be taking the role of mentoring the travel support fellows. It's really wonderful to be interacting with you, Vidya and Nicodemus and Lydia. We've just met for the first time face to face after knowing each other online for a long time. So in regard to my role, I'm in the standing group. We are working hard on training in disability leadership in internet governance and digital rights. And we have developed a syllabus for a training course to be developed online. And there's also been a face-to-face workshop for South Asian participants. And I can see there could be a great link between DCAD and the Accessibility Standing Group when it comes to training and mentoring in disability leadership. So I look forward to further discussions about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ganela. These are the comments that I would want to respond to in my closing remarks. Before I come back to the hall, Deidre, do we have Andrea Sachs online or any other comments?
I don't think Andrea's come back. I keep going to look for her and she doesn't seem to be there. No other comments.
No other comments. Okay, so any other comments from the hall before I go to my closing remarks?
We do.
Yes. Please introduce yourself and have your say.
My name is Misako Nomura, and I'm from Japan, and I'm working for a person with disability for many years. and I participated to WSIS 2005. After that, I stopped, but I came back here, and I heard that someone said that the activities improve IGF in terms of accessibility, right? And then maybe the same thing happened at that time. There are still what we need to do. So do you have any strategies to improve IGF?
So yeah, thank you so much for your comments. Yes, we do. We are working with the team. One of the problems we've encountered with the, like we had, or Peter mentioned with the website and the others, is that the UN hires a contractor to do it. And they tell the contractor, we want X, Y, and Z on the standards. The contractor tells them, yes, we have it, but they don't test it. And and so there's, just like people talk about an enforcement ability, there's no one enforcing it. And so maybe what we could do is insist on it, on have you hired a testing firm?
Yeah.
Who is the testing firm? Because when we had this issue, they said they have this. And what we are going to do in the future is work closely with the IGF Supporters Association, who's been helping to funding the human captioning and others, and that they should not fund, if they're going to fund for website improvements, they need to have a results-based program saying, okay, where's the evidence that you've done this? And then, so let me then, that's one of the things that we'll do, but we could follow up afterwards. I want to give the last 2 minutes to my colleague, Dr. Shabir, to close out the session.
Okay, sorry, but
Yes,
I'm really expecting what you are doing from now on.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you very much. I will address to it. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us, Deidre and Judith, for your moderation, and of course the captioning services, the sign language interpreters. Thank you very much, and most of all, my panelists and speakers whosoever took the mic. I cannot take and name you individually, but you know who you are. Thank you very much for coming here, participating in this discussion. A couple of points that are really important, and that's why I avoided to take individual names. One, we do need to coordinate with other organizations, and I really appreciate Gunilla Aspring from Accessibility SIG of the Internet Society, Accessibility Standing Group of the Internet Society, with the proposal that we could collaborate. Of course, we do want to collaborate how and under what conditions we can discuss. Same is the case with the relay service and the suggestion that Masahito gave and Akram gave with regards to the collaboration on forcing or motivating governments to enact policies and to sort of give the organizations of persons with disabilities empowerment to and build their capacity to work on accessibility related issues. On the same wavelength, I would also want to extend this offer to .nz and other related registries and registrars, not just in the region, but in other regions as well, that if you want to come and collaborate with the DCAD, we would definitely welcome your inputs, and we would also would be gladly offer our expertise and supports wherever we can. So just let us know what you actually require. Lastly, I think the strategy is very important. And I do hear when Peter and our lady friend from Japan say that we are discussing the same issues and there is no progress. That's one way of looking at it. But I see at the things a little bit positively. My lens is a little bit different. I do share the skepticism that you people have. But on the other hand, 10 years back or even 7 years back when I attended my first IGF back in 2017, we did not had the real-time text captioning for all the sessions. Only there were certain sessions for this real-time captioning was provided. Same is the case with the sign language interpretation. Same is the case with the physical accessibility of the buildings and IGF sessions. Today, we see a lot of improvement on that side. So if I say that I am not totally disappointed with the system, I do share the disappointments, but I totally am not disappointed with the system. That's why I keep working with the system to improve it. I keep raising my voice wherever I can to improve the system. And that's where we all come in. The Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability come in. The main purpose of the DCAD is to ensure that IGF system is accessible. We also want to work with our NRIs, national and regional initiatives on internet governance. But we on that want to the NRIs to come to us to work wherever they need our assistance, our support. We worked with APR IGF this year to make it accessible, but that's partly because of most of our persons, our team was in the Asia Pacific region. That's why we could work with them. So whilst having strategy is important, having this ambition is important that we want to work with NRIs, we would also want the people with disabilities in different regions to come forward themselves. Because if we demand nothing about us without us, that is ipso facto implemented on us as well. That if we demand it, we have to come forward and work with these initiatives. Without us, of course, nothing should happen. But at the same time, we should also come forward to work with these initiatives. Because if we get disappointed and leave the discussions by saying that nothing is happening, nothing is getting improved, and we left the halls and we left the discussions, the ultimate decision, then we are leaving with the people who are not experts according to our own words and languages. So for one, I don't want to leave any decision about my accessibility of the internet in anyone's hand who is not expert on accessibility. That's why I keep working, and that's why I expect from the members of the Dynamic Coalition that they would keep supporting me. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
sometimes I think I'm in the same room as before, and it's not. Oh right, that's interesting. It's just.
So I'm not one of the main speakers. I'm one of the facilitators.
Everyone's talking about, what I've heard for the last 2 days is we need to show things, we need to build things, we can't just keep promising and talking or saying we need to do this. I'm very keen on that.
No harm.
Yeah.
To say, here's something which might not be perfect.
Oh, we'll do it on our own. We're just doing it. It's in our new registration system. We think we owe our customers something. And it's better if you're a gang.
Emily? Yes.
Session I was in. Is it Farzana? She was the chair.
Yes.
And I've never actually met her in the flesh. But I approached the mic and she was just here. She greeted me by name and then stopped grimace. This is going to go well. So did he. I think she knows him.
I've ended up next to this mic. I wasn't intending that.
Just saying to Lucy, when I went up to the microphone, you see, we're not actually meeting us, we've conversed remotely. So I thought it was quite funny that she sort of grimaced at me. I thought, well, that's not good stuff. And I did thought that the point that Barry made after half an hour, he gave me this title. We've not actually really introduced the subject yet. And I thought, yeah, fair point.
Well, I think the meeting's just finished. I talked to you. So it's about to become a desert.
All right.
That was unfortunate. Oh dear.
Oh,
so I have to find
maybe
one.
if you're next to that, you'll find one there.
Or
You lost something.
no, I'm just looking for a charger.
There's a sort of nice atmosphere in here.
Yes. I think, well, it's the group that's leaving. They're being quiet. There's the time for a while.
He got mixed up with he thought that was
mind that because in aircon I get colds and chest problems and all sorts of because I'm just not used to it. And I'm the guy who arrives on holiday and turns off the air conditioning even in Greece. I like a bit, you know, but when we go to San Fran or something in the winter, they still have the they still have the air conditioning on.
And it's not especially hot there in the summer.
No, you're like freezing to death. Literally worn fur coats in the summer. I wouldn't be able to live in a fridge like that.
I just found it nice yesterday going outside. Not so much for me, like breeze.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
I will squeeze in.
We're all sat at the back.
I know.
Hopefully this works now. Hello everybody, welcome to this session, which is on behalf of the Dynamic Coalition on DNS Issues, the recently revived Dynamic Coalition, I should say, and it's great to see so many of you in the room and online. Today, we're going to be discussing closing governance gaps, new paradigms for a safer DNS. We've got a wonderfully expert panel, both here in the room and online, who I'll introduce in a moment. But we also have many experts in the room, and also I'm assuming online. Because we've got so many speakers, we're going to try and just move quite rapidly through questions, but also we're really keen to hear from you. So if there's something that you want to intervene on, a question that you want to ask, a challenge that you want to pose either to the panel or to us just generally, that's the point. And if we have time at the end, we can maybe talk a little bit more about the Dynamic Coalition and what it does next and how it organizes itself. But we have got an incredibly substantive load of issues to discuss. But luckily, we have wonderful experts to help us on the way. So we are talking about governance gaps and a safer DNS. There's always been a traditional sort of separation, if you like, between the more structural layers of the internet and content issues, and both regulators and industry and the multi-stakeholder bodies such as ICANN and the CCTLDs, the country codes or the regional top-level domains. They've understood these lines, but when we're thinking about harmful content, sometimes the lines become blurred. And what this reveals is gaps in the way that we're governing this. So what we're hoping to get to today is an exploration of what those gaps are, but also try to be quite action-orientated, like, so what? What are we going to do about it? What does good look like? And what do the different stakeholders need to do? Joining us on the panel today, we have Keith Drazek, who's the Vice President of Policy and Government Relations at VeriSign. Thank you, Keith. We also have, to my right, your left, Esteve Sanz, who's the Head of Sector of Internet Governance and Multi-Stakeholder Dialogue at the European Commission. Just a little bit further on, we have Jierong Lo, Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director for Asia Pacific at ICANN. We have, to my left, we have Jennifer Chung, who's Director of Corporate Knowledge at .asia. Somewhere, maybe in the building, maybe joining us later, Jean-Jacques Sayel from Google. We'll look forward to his arrival. And online, we have Fiona Alexander. I'm not sure if she's connected yet, but I'm going to introduce her anyway. Distinguished Policy Strategist and Fellow at the Internet Governance Lab at American University. And also joining online is Rocia de la Fuente, who's the General Manager at LAC-TLD. So you can see that we have a range of experts from across the globe. A warm welcome to particularly Rocia and Fiona for joining online. So can I start with you, Keith? Could you just give us a very rapid thumbnail sketch about what we're talking about? You know, why are we talking about governance gaps? I mean, we thought that we understood all of this stuff was separate. So what are the gaps and why does it matter? And how do we create that safer DNS paradigm?
Very good. Thank you very much, Emily. Hi, everybody. My name is Keith Drazek. So I will get into exactly that, but I would like just to take a moment to thank Emily and her team at the DNS Research Federation and my colleague Nick Smith, who were instrumental in getting the Dynamic Coalition on DNS issues back up and running. It was first established approximately 5 or 6 years ago. It was focused primarily on universal acceptance issues and its origin. And then it sort of during the pandemic phase went dormant, and we have now recognized that this is a critical, convening opportunity to talk about these issues. So we're very excited about the reestablishment of the DCDNSI, and let's get right into it. So Emily, thank you very much for the introduction. I think the key point here is that it's really important for those of us in this space, whether we are operators or folks who have a concern about DNS issues, security, online harms, broadly speaking, to recognize that there are roles, responsibilities, and capabilities of various actors. And whether that's a registrar, a registry, a hosting provider, CDN, or ISP, when it comes to mitigating online harms, we each have our roles, responsibilities, and capabilities. And as we talk about those roles, responsibilities, and capabilities, it's really important to recognize that in some cases there are governance regimes or governance in place. For example, in the ICANN community, as it relates to GTLDs, we have governance by contract. There are obligations that registries and registrars have in the GTLD space, and there is a compliance function that is performed by ICANN. That's one example of a governance structure. CCTLDs, as a distinct approach, typically have relationships with local government or local internet communities where there is a sort of governance umbrella there. If we look at hosting companies and providers, again, it's perhaps not exactly the same. We all, as operators, are subject to the laws of our jurisdiction, regulations, in some cases, best practices for our industry. But we have, I think, what we've identified is a range of governance approaches. What we've identified is that there are certain variability or certain variation in approach. At the end of the day, I view this conversation as the beginning of an opportunity for better communication, collaboration, and good work across the various parts of the DNS ecosystem, up and down the stack. I think there's a need for us as technical operators, again, registrars, registries, hosting providers, CDNs, and ISPs, to work better together, to communicate and collaborate better together as an industry, as a sector, so we can actually mitigate online harms in a proactive way, in a way that actually helps to reduce cost, reduce expense, become more proactive in our communication to identify bad actors and trends, and at the same time to demonstrate that as an industry, as a sector, we have identified these challenges and we are committed broadly and collectively to do better work together to demonstrate to regulators that we are taking the initiative and that we are together identifying ways to work more collaboratively. Because if we don't, we're going to be regulated, and we will be regulated in a fragmented way when it comes to different jurisdictions. So fundamentally, that is the reason, I think, one of the reasons we have this conversation. I should also note that in addition, there are conversations we want to have about the advent of blockchain, of alternate identifiers, alternate technologies, and that there are potentially governance gaps in that area as well. So Emily, I'm just going to stop there. I'm happy to weigh in as we go along on other conversations, but that's sort of, I think, the framing of the issue is we as industry have an opportunity to do better together. And I think that there's an opportunity to work in a multi-stakeholder fashion to make sure that we take on the views as industry of civil society, of government, of the technical community, to make sure that we are making positive steps forward. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
That's a really useful opening to us. So if I'm understanding you correctly, Keith, what you're saying, it isn't that people aren't doing anything. What it is that that is almost like unjoined up islands of activities, perhaps a lack of communication, perhaps a lack of understanding of each other's good practices that could be improved. And so your call to action is, Georgia, could I ask you and Jean-Jacques to just swap positions or for you to move onto the front row. Apologies for doing that, so that Jean-Jacques can join up at the table. And while you're taking your seat, thank you very much, Georgia. And that's Georgia, everybody who's co-organised the session with Carolina and with Nick. So thank you very much for that. Jean-Jacques, I'm going to let you settle down in position. But first of all, what I'd like to do Keith mentioned, like to call to Jia Rong Lo as VP VP of Stakeholder Engagement and Managing Director for the Asia Pacific at ICANN. Of course, there's been a lot of activity within the ICANN environment, hasn't there? And to respond to Keith's point about people needing to step up and voluntary practices, perhaps you could just update everybody of those who don't know already about what's been going on the contracts. And then I'd like to give Esteve a bit of a spot, and Fiona as well. So coming to you next. So Jiarong.
Thank you. So within the ICANN community, for those who don't know, ICANN is governed by a multi-stakeholder model structure. So anyone interested can participate in ICANN. And tied to the one particular conversation that's been happening over the past few years has been the topic of DNS abuse. And when this was first raised by different stakeholder groups, including governments, but it also included civil society and the end user community. In fact, the at-large community who represents the end users, they were very, for lack of a better way of saying it, very adamant that the issue of DNS abuse needs to be addressed within ICANN before we talk about having the next round of generic top-level domains. And this conversation, when it first started, sounded very messy. Even, for example, what's the definition of DNS abuse? People couldn't agree on the definition at the time. But fast forward a few years later, where we are now, just on 9th October, the ICANN accredited registrars and registries will be voting over a 60-day period to amend the registration, the registrar accreditation agreement and the registry agreements to update it to incorporate DNS abuse. And sometimes it's talking about models. When you look at it from an outsider perspective, you may think nothing seems to be moving, right? The conversations take very long. But if you look at it between milestones, actually we've come a long way. And the agreement, the contracts that Keith mentioned, that ICANN has with registries and registrars will be updated. It will include clauses that defines DNS abuse more clearly, and which is malware, botnets, phishing, farming, and spam. These areas, the conversations take some time to come together, but we've come to a point where it's a significant milestone. Now, is this the silver bullet, the panacea to everything? I would say probably not, but it's moving in the right direction. So, that's the key thing for us to take away, is that how do we keep evolving and moving the conversation to be relevant, to address the challenges of the day, and to continue to have faith in that multi-stakeholder conversation where different stakeholders come together, you raise a problem, and then you can come to a solution. So I'd like to leave that with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a really clear explanation, and thank you for that. But Esteve, if I can come on to you, from the perspective of a regulator in the European Commission, we've heard from Keith, we've got to up our game or we'll get regulated. We've heard from Jia Rong, people have got to keep faith with the multi-stakeholder scenario. From where you're sitting, do you think the industry is doing enough? Do you think that we are doing enough to close those governance gaps and respond to the challenges? And maybe you can just let us know what we've got in store in terms of regulation.
A bit of silence and tension
I think
would help the
really
environment.
For you.
I think we are regulators, but we are also very active members of ICANN. So I'm a bit uncomfortable when you present us only as regulators threatening the community. I think you will be very happy, most of you will be very happy to know that we don't have new regulations in mind. What we have in mind is really supporting ICANN And I have to say from the starters that I'm very pleased, and I completely agree with the approach that my colleague has just presented on these contractual negotiations. We think this is really the moment of truth in DNS abuse, but also in the ICANN model. It needs to deliver on this thing. And we were very pleased to see that the amendments go indeed in the right direction. We are very hopeful that the vote of those amendments is going to be positive. We cannot think otherwise, frankly. We did express very openly within the GAC, and many GAC members agreed with us, that the amendments are not enough to be able to tackle even this more technical definition of DNS abuse, which of course we were very happy to accept in the context of ICANN. For example, well, the amendments are a bit general when it comes to defining concrete measures on DNS abuse. They are more based on the kind of the objective. We know, because we've regulated many different markets, that sometimes this is a bit weak. We have also missed some elements that relate to the transparency of contracted parties. We would like to see indicators. We think that this is really a very good incentive for the registries and registrars to really get their act together when it comes to dealing with DNS abuse. We have also missed elements that relate to kind of proactive measures. They are very regulations that the amendments are very much focused into forcing or asking contracted parties to react to requests when they have this actionable evidence, which, by the way, is a complex concept in itself. But of course, we know that some proactivity, as many registries and registrars are doing, is extremely beneficial. We have the example of .eu in Europe that has this artificial intelligence system that runs these classic technical lists that resolvers also have at their disposal, and then they apply a little bit of artificial intelligence to be a bit proactive and automated. All this is not in those amendments, and it would have been very useful that this is all in these amendments. But I have to say that we've engaged very constructively with the GAC community, and we are hopeful that these issues will be resolved in further discussions within the ICANN system. And that's our conciliatory pitch for you today.
Thank you very much. Did you notice the rumble in the room before you started speaking? But this is a really useful overview. Thank you very much, Esteban. Thank you for joining the panel today. But the sort of the European Commission, as a member of the multi-stakeholder community, having a view and wanting to encourage those proactive measures. And we're very fortunate to have both Jen Chung here in person and also Rosia online. And maybe we can come to you both in terms of those proactive measures and also from Rosia's point of view in LAC-TLD, the difference between the country codes, and I can see some country code managers here in the room as well, who are not part of that ICANN circuit. Is there some governance gaps to be closed in terms of information sharing? But first, I'm going to turn to Fiona Alexander, who many of us remember from her long service with the US government at the NTIA. But Fiona, if you can hear me, I hope you can. You've just heard from Esteban about the perspective from a European member of the multi-stakeholder community who happens to also be a regulator as well. But yeah, okay. Maybe you could help us to understand. We often think of governments as having one single point of view. Maybe less often these days, but there are also quite profound differences of approach, aren't there, between the US and the EU in terms of thinking about this. So maybe you could talk to that point and the general regulatory perspective and how that fits with the sort of differences between DNS and content in this international global internet that we have.
Sure. Hi, Emily, and hello to everyone in Kyoto and around the world. Good morning from Washington. It's about 4:30 now, maybe.
Thank you very
4:28.
much for getting up so early as well. I should have started with that.
It's okay. It's just part of being part of the global internet governance community to do meetings at all times of the day and night. So not uncommon. But anyway, thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations for reinvigorating the Dynamic Coalition. I think that's great. And one of the reasons I think it's good to have places like this to have conversations is because it's a little bit more neutral in terms of a convening platform, but it also it's kind of a safe space to talk about issues that can be complex and can be a little bit more challenging in, even in the ICANN system, which is multi-stakeholder, but as Keith described, has that regulatory contracting process. And then government to government, it can be a little bit more complex as well. So again, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm glad to see the group is reinvigorated. And the topic is an interesting one, and I think it sounds much more simple than it actually is. DNS abuse sounds pretty straightforward, but the problem is that DNS abuse can mean lots of different things to lots of different people, depending on where you sit as a user in the system versus a provider in the system versus a government in the system trying to address what you perceive as harms. And again, perception of harms or real harms can be very different country to country. There is no international agreement or even sometimes agreement between like-minded countries, specifically what constitutes harm. And I think it's important, and that's why this sort of idea of having a lot of different tools at your disposal to solve some of these challenges is a good idea. There has to be an appropriate balance of how you deal with these issues. In some jurisdictions, perhaps you want a more proactive approach. In other jurisdictions, you want an approach where there's a demonstrated proof of harm versus proactively going in and doing something. And this is important as you try to balance the important issues of free expression and human rights with actually addressing when there actually is harm done by particular things. So again, it's challenge, and this cross-jurisdictional challenge, I think, is one that can be difficult to resolve. So I know, I think I saw when everyone was coming into the room, I think I saw Bertrand coming in. Always easy to spot him as he walked in the room. And I think, the work of Internet and Jurisdiction and the domain group in that has done a lot to actually help push the conversation forward. It's done a lot in the way that it's convened stakeholders in a neutral fashion to help define terms. And I think that actually has very much led to some of these contract amendments in ICANN that folks have already spoken to. So again, I think making sure that there's shared understanding of terms, that there's a shared understanding of some of the challenges, that we look at the proportionality of the response. When do you take an extreme measure versus a smaller measure, and who's best positioned to do all that? I think those are all important things to consider in the system as we look at DNS abuse and how to address it. And as like Keith, who started this conversation by framing some of the voluntary commitments, personally, I'm a big fan of those. I think they're more effective. I think they can be more targeted. I think they can be quicker to resolve some of those issues. But again, when looking at voluntary action, it's really important to make sure there's transparency in those systems and there's due process in those systems as well. So maybe just to leave with that and let others go and go into the conversation. But I just want to kind of stress that it's not quite as simple as one might assume when you just say DNS abuse. Of course, we all know what it means, but actually it's much more complicated than I think it seems many times.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Fiona. And you've highlighted not only that, that the issues are more difficult than they seem, but also that that there are important checks and balances to maintain. There's free expression, there's human rights, and although we could probably, if we all thought about it quickly, we'd go, well, we don't want any DNS abuse, but we also want a thriving domain name system in which people who can lawfully go about their business without interference. But Fiona mentioned a really important aspect, which is the power of voluntary action, and particularly when you have organisations like ICANN with that international reach, you can much more efficiently get that international impact than you can through a sort of one-by-one different jurisdictions taking action. Although, of course, the European Union has been very entrepreneurial in its use of extraterritoriality and gaining that that wasn't a joke, everyone. That has been, and we're seeing that in the upcoming legislation, and we will all experience what that's like with a directive now, with the NIS2 directive. But Jen, thank you for waiting, and I know with a huge panel, the benefits of it is that we get this global coverage, but of course it means thank you for waiting for such a long time for the floor. But other speakers have talked about the power of proactive actions, but also perhaps you could reflect on how these issues look in different regional perspectives, and I'm going to come to Rocio next before finally coming to you, Jean-Jacques. But perhaps, from the .Asia perspective, you are a GTLD, a newish GTLD, but if you could maybe reflect on the contractual amendments and also those proactive measures from the regional perspective, that would be great.
Thank you, Emily. I guess .Asia can be considered as a middle child, not so much new. I think we're past our 10th birthday, so not that new. Yeah. So, oh, still new. Yes, that's correct. Compared to Keith next to me, of course. Yes. So.
I think Jen meant you .com,
oh,
not
no,
you personally.
.com.
Everyone,
no, please,
just
do
for
not
the record,
misunderstand.
this is being
For the
transcribed.
record.
Everybody.
No. Yes, thank you so much, Emily, for that. I wanted to touch a little bit on, beyond our contractual obligations, which Jiarong already mentioned, and I'll leave Keith to talk about a little bit more how the Contracted Party House has done a lot of good work, a lot of voluntary work in actually trying to look at the gaps and fill the gaps and its industry best practices. For .Asia, we are looking more at using the trusted notifier systems. And it's more of a closer collaboration with regional partners such as AP-NIC, AP-CERT. And specifically, we signed an MOU for a trusted notifier system with TW-NIC. And I think it's really important when I want to stress that collaboration with the different parts of the DNS ecosystem is extremely important for us to be able to establish a fast-track anti-phishing mechanism where we have, TW-NIC on one side and .Asia on the other side, being able to periodically share different risks, periodically identify the risks. And I think that part is something that is beyond our contractual obligations, but it's very much to do with how the DNS industry, specifically the registry operators, really come forward with good intentions to make the DNS more secure, to make the DNS more trusted, and to make the DNS something that other people can rely on. If you are looking more to the fact, the different definitions that are floating around about DNS abuse, you can already see that there is a lot of people saying, one person it means one thing, the other person it means something else. But for the contracted parties, it is quite simply, DNS abuse for contracted parties is malware, botnet, phishing, spam, and it's not too much that we really need to nail down. This must be the only thing we do. We are doing above and beyond. And with the trusted notifier frameworks, I think it's really important to understand also to include the certs. We are also looking at establishing with AP-NIC and AP-CERT and SANOG, a South Asian cert. I think it's very particular in our region where there's a lot of stopgap where you think perhaps the European region has a more comprehensive approach to regulation and comprehensive approach to that. We don't really have that in the Asia-Pacific region. And I think that puts onus on operators like .Asia and other ISTAR organizations in Asia-Pacific to step up to fill this gap. I think it's really important to be able to understand there is more work that is being done than is being advertised. And maybe it's an advertisement, or maybe it's kind of a socialization issue where I think on the one side, perhaps different jurisdictions looking at regulations are thinking, hey, the DNS industry, you're not doing enough, but maybe we need to also let them understand, here are the proactive approaches we're taking. Trusted Notifier System is one of the proactive approaches we're taking, and it seems to be working. And I think there are other initiatives that the Contracted Party House, both the registries and the registrars, are looking into that would be able to fill these governance gaps. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Jen. And that's a really interesting perspective on the contract being a baseline and not preventing registries or registrars from doing more if they want to. I mean, from what we're hearing from the industry, it sounds like everything's great. But the session title is, about bridging governance gaps. It acknowledges that we're not there yet. A perspective that we want to now include is that of the country code top-level domains for those who are not aware of how it all works, and I know that many in the room are very aware. The country codes are not bound by the policy determinations or the consensus policies formulated in the ICANN community and do their own thing. And the country codes also have regional organizations like LACTLD in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we're very happy to have Rocio here joining us remotely. And Jen, we heard about the proactive measures taken by the registries and registrars. Rocio, maybe you can help us to understand what the proactive measures are being taken by the country code community in the Latin American region and your activities there in an attempt to bridge these governance gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily, and thank you also for inviting me to participate in this panel. So as you were mentioning, CCTLDs, unlike GTLDs, are not subject to the policies developed within the ICANN processes, and their policies are based on local regulations that are often established in coordination with their local communities. And in terms of the governance gaps or governance issues that we have seen at the regional level are related mainly with a lack of sometimes understanding among different types of authorities about the functioning of the internet, the DNS, and the role of different technical stakeholders. And we have also identified some certain interests in these issues in some private actors that are not involved in internet governance, but that have approached like TLD and other organizations in the technical community for help in addressing these issues. So this has led to an initiative that at first we call the Illegal Content Workshop. And this is a proactive approach or collaborative approach that consists of a training and awareness raising effort on the operation of the internet, its governance models, the actors that are involved in its technical operation, and among other topics. And this is something that was originally intended for judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement agents. And later on, we have adapted this type of training activities to other audiences that have also approached the technical community organizations. And we believe that these kind of efforts and capacity building sort of activities have been successful, and they have operated as an initiative to close certain governance gaps, and most importantly, to build networks of cooperation, or at least networks of contact between authorities and organizations involved in the operation of the internet. And we see a very positive impact when national authorities, regulators, judges, policymakers can have a regular dialogue with CCTLDs in each of their countries or with other types of technical operators. And also, we have been able to involve in certain editions of these workshops the private sector also to address issues related to illegal content in their platforms and services, besides the the DNS threats or DNS abuse issues. So this is one of the proactive approaches that we have developed at the regional level in collaboration with the technical community organizations. But there are also kind of unilateral efforts that were promoted by CCTLDs specifically. So I can maybe later on in the panel share some of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Rosia. And you make an incredibly important point about the lack of understanding among some policymakers and judiciary and others that you are proactively training about the domain name system and how it works. And perhaps that is a point for reflection for those of us in the room and listening to this online about how how have we managed this gap in understanding. We at the DNS Research Federation did some consumer research, and we tested people's understanding of some basic terms, and we found that a small minority, but a significant minority, thought DNS was a kingdom from Dungeons and Dragons. And some people thought that it stood for the Devon Nudist Society as well. Unfortunately, it's not that fun. But Jean-Jacques, sorry, first of all, Rosia, I hope we can come back to you for a bit more detail on the unilateral action taken by some of your members. And also, I'm going to come out to the room for your questions and comments, so get ready. And also, Georgia, please let me know if anybody's raising their hand online. You're very welcome to join in this conversation. But Jean-Jacques, welcome back. For those who don't know Jean-Jacques, he spent many years at ICANN as a vice president of something very important, and he is now currently Asia Pacific head of content policy and global head of telecommunications policy at Google. And it's really wonderful to have you joining the panel because of your understanding of the DNS issues, but also your new role in terms of content. And it comes back to Keith's opening remarks that there are really good and mature practices in content moderation and harmful the reduction of harms, but perhaps not as much joining up as there could be between the content community and the DNS. So it would be great to have, well, whatever you would like to say, but maybe some reflections on that as well.
Thank you, Emily. It's so nice to be here. You've just shattered my illusions about what the DNS is actually about after all these years. I'm sorry I was late. I was on a panel which was dealing with data flows, and for some reason they had questions to Google about privacy. So I had to stay a bit behind.
Mystifying.
Yeah. So I'm going to shorten what I was going to say, or tweak it a little bit, having heard everyone. I just wanted to share a few thoughts, indeed, from the perspective of Google. And it's interesting when I started all these years ago dealing with internet issues, I was in government dealing with the World Summit on Information Society, and we were talking about how the internet was young and how we shouldn't hinder it with regulation. And I still think that's probably true, that we shouldn't hinder it with regulation, but the reality is that it's now no more a child, it's not even an adolescent. The internet is an adult, albeit I hope still a young adult, like .com.
And Keith.
And with this, I think we've had an evolution of the perspective, especially from governments. I think we've had governments, as we know, that have wanted to regulate the internet from day one pretty much. But we've certainly seen a broadening of this belief by a number of governments around the world that they needed to frame the internet with a regulatory construct around it, and increasingly so. I think that's a reality. And so when I look at it from a Google perspective, we're not trying not to be regulated. This is a thing of the past. It's more about how you are regulated. And within that regulation, there's also space for self-regulation, by the way. Let me hasten to say that, because I think that's very relevant to today. At least that's my hope. So just a quick one on Google, right? So Google as an information company, since 1998, we've got this lovely mission since 25 years ago, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So in that, for us, there's this notion of useful, of relevance of the information to the users. So the company's never been too keen on having users exposed to bad information, bad content. And so over the years, we've developed a lot of experience in tackling harmful content, inappropriate content, undesirable content. And we've done it on our own back. So we've got a set of policies and community guidelines that some of you might be aware of, whereby we can take action against inappropriate behavior that we see across our platforms, right? So the basic one is to there's like about 4 or so approaches within our strategy to deal with harmful content. We detect bad content, usually because it's been flagged to us by users or by machines or by governments, and then we try to remove it. And that can be pursuant, as I said, to user flags, and depending on whether it corresponds to our own usage policies or whether it might be pursuant to a legal removals process, depending on the platform. But then it's not just that. It shouldn't be just about removal. It's also about trying to make sure that users are exposed to the right kind of information, making sure our search results bring up quality results from authoritative sources. It's also about encouraging good creators that create quality content on platforms such as YouTube, for instance, and also to follow the money and try to demonetize as soon as we see content that's being generated or misused by bad actors. And the final one is about collaborations, and perhaps that's helpful. We try, and we have tried for years, to partner with all sorts of researchers and others across the industry to understand the problems better, to come up with technical solutions, and to share those technical solutions. That's the kind of overall approach. But let me get a little bit to the core of the matter. And my experience also, having moved from Europe to Asia-Pac a few years ago, generally when I look at content regulation around the world, and certainly in this region, I think there's definitely a trend for much increased regulation, if not over-regulation. And there is nothing stopping those regulations applying to all intermediaries, right? You see a few countries coming up with social media regulation. That's quite specifically defined as social media actors. Not always very well defined, but defined. But the vast majority is omnibus regulation that is about internet regulation, and that concerns all internet intermediaries. And it's there, or it's coming, and it's from a range of countries, certainly from across Asia-Pac. And I think also we need to think about the evolution of regulation when, say, 10, 15 years ago, you could probably still say that quite a lot of countries outside of those 2 regions were looking at what the US was doing, what the EU was doing, and sometimes they were copying. I think the picture is much more complex now, where you have some coming up with their own pretty brand new regulation, greenfield regulation, and others, I see a lot of those cherry picking. I just say, I'll take a little bit of that EU DSA, but only the bit that I really like, not the due process parts. Or I'll take that, all the nasty parts of the dreadful UK online safety bill, sorry, I didn't say that, et cetera, and then adding their own veneer. And it's there. And we're talking about significant markets. We're not talking about a few hundred thousands of people. We're talking about hundreds of millions of people that are going to be regulated through this. And the internet intermediary is coming. And that I sense, I think, to your point about education and collaboration, I don't think there's a lot of education. I was going to mention a lot of the principles that we like to see when we hear about regulation, and I can mention them. It's all about flexibility, about balance, proportionality, outcomes-based, and all that. But there's a 5th, like we've got 4 of those, I could read them out, but anyway, there's a 5th one. If you want to know, I'll give you the rest. It's on our blogs. The 5th one to me is about engagement and collaboration. One thing that I feel as lacking, and it's not just in this region, it's frankly in all regions, it's engagement by governments with the multi-stakeholder community. It's one thing to have a public consultation that you push on a website, but as a policymaker and tentative would-be regulator, how many times have you heard those guys and people, regulators, policymakers, coming to you as an internet intermediary or indeed a member of civil society to proactively seek input? I haven't had that much at all. And I think there's really a deficit in policymakers and regulators actually listening and wanting to listen to the views of the technical community, of industry, of civil society. And when we look at this is supposed to be, in the EU, we call it a better regulation directive. They're supposed to come out and seek proactively the views of stakeholders. I don't really see that happening a lot. So, okay, we could try to remind them to do that, and the IGF is a good forum to remind them, but that's probably just not going to happen. We're probably going to have, as an industry, to go out there. So just trying to finish off, going back on the DNS as an industry. I don't want to be scaremongering, because I think it's not about that, but I do think regulation is upon us, has been upon us for a while. And I think there's been some really nice carve-outs here and there in some of the recent legislations where the core of the internet has been set aside, so to speak. But even if the regulations don't touch internet intermediaries as such, there's existing other types of regulation where I'm hearing very similar suggestions about DNS level actions, copyright, other parts of harmful content. In APAC, I'm sure, Jen, you're familiar with all the scams and frauds that we have here. People are saying, oh yeah, we should take action at the DNS level. And they're not gonna not say, oh, they're registrars and registries, let's not touch them. They're going to go through whoever can take the action. And even though some of us are raising the concerns of a collateral damage, massive collateral damage to the ecosystem, it gets scant attention. So I think there's a lot of work for us to do. I like a lot what I've been hearing here about being proactive. I think it needs to be done. We need to show that as an industry, as an ecosystem, we're trying to do the right thing. I know people in this room, and I know they've got no interest in having bad stuff on their platforms, same as us. And we're all working really hard. So sure, we need to demonstrate that, but it looks like we all need to also raise our voices more, educate as much as possible. And I like to think, like I know, Esteve, for instance, you've been doing a lot of work on internet shutdowns, things like that. And I think if we can, right? So I didn't mean you shut down the internet. I mean the other way around. But perhaps we can have also some governments that help us in doing this outreach on the positive side about having balanced regulation and making sure that we leave space for freedom of expression and not over-regulating.
Thank you very much. So we had a challenge there for regulators and to actually talk to industry. So Esteve, I'm very happy to give you the floor if you want to respond to that. I know, Keith, you wanted to come in on that. Do any of the other panel members want to sort of to join that? Fiona and Rocio, if you can just raise your hands, then Georgia can let me know if you want to come in. Shall I give you the floor very briefly, Esteve, and then Keith, and then I'd like to open the floor to your questions and the questions online as well. So do raise your hand if you would like the mic.
Just thank you so much for all these interventions, by the way. I was listening very carefully. Just very briefly, it's inevitable to move from this discussion about technical DNS abuse, content DNS abuse. This is, we know well that this is a discussion that will go on for some time. I think that we've moved in different planes, talked about content, talked about technical issues. I think there's still value in separating both, at least for certain sort of conversations. You know that the EU has a very clear approach when it comes to regulating platforms that relate to content. This is basically the Digital Services Act. We found, after a lot of discussions with many stakeholders, an approach that we think really strikes the right balance between the user's rights and fundamental rights and the need to do something. I think the reason why we're here and we opened these contracts and we are discussing these things is that we finally agree that there is DNS abuse and it's something significant, and that's very positive in general. But beyond that, I just wanted to say that, of course, at the international level, and that's why I've called you sometimes, but also why I coordinate very well with Ken, that I see it's there. He's a bit angry at us these days because he did the heavy lifting on the organization of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet Day Zero session, but we co-organized it, but he did the heavy lifting, I have to admit it. But we have actually coordinated very well with the US on that declaration. And that declaration is many things. There are many principles, but there is one thing, one way of approaching that declaration, which is very clear for us, which is a straitjacket. Here we are proposing globally a series of principles for states not to do certain things, not to regulate the internet in certain ways that we think are absolutely harmful. You know, digital authoritarianism is really a thing. And perhaps the worst thing that has happened to the internet is that now we know that authoritarian countries are using it to control their population. That's the reality. The internet is no longer, we cannot see the internet any longer as something that brings freedom or freedom of speech or democracy. It really depends on how states treat it. And the declaration is precisely that. It's a way forward, a series of principles of how to do things, but also how not to do things, how not to regulate the internet so that it doesn't end up consolidating authoritarian tendencies.
Thank you very much. So I know, Keith, you wanted to come back. Jean-Jacques, really, you got everything like riled up because everybody's like, I want the floor. I've got Fiona waiting to join as well. Jiarong, you want to, and I've got Mark as well in the audience. Does anybody else? Oh, great. Okay, we're good. We're going to be fine now. So, Keith, in your remarks, perhaps you can address Jean-Jacques' point. You know, Jean-Jacques like the governments never call, but actually, do the industry talk to each other? Well, Esteva called you straight away, but are industry talking to each other across sectors effectively enough? So thank you.
So thanks very much, Emily. And yeah, so I'm going to touch on a few things. I'll try to be brief. I think the answer is not sufficiently. The direct answer to your question is industry, especially when we talk about up and down the stack or across the range of operators. I think, and that was one of the reasons we identified the governance gaps as a challenge here, is that there is an opportunity and a need, I think, for registries, registrars, hosting companies, CDNs, and ISPs to engage more constructively and more proactively together to collaborate, communicate, identify trends of bad actors, mitigation strategies. So I think that is a fundamental opportunity that we have as industry, but to be informed by the concerns of civil society, to be informed by the views of governments and regulators. And so just to go back to one of the things that Jean-Jacques said, clearly regulation is here. There's no turning back that clock, right? And to Esteban's point, I think regulation can be appropriate and is appropriate in certain circumstances. I think that's quite clear. The fundamental issue that we have as industry is that it needs to be informed and educated regulation, legislation, regulation, whatever it may be. It needs to have the benefit of the input of the industry, informed also by civil society concerns. And I'm going to get to this in a moment, going back to what Jennifer said about trusted notifiers, right? As we start talking about trusted notifiers as inputs to us as operators, requesting, in many cases, the use of the DNS to take down content or to moderate content, that raises a lot of real concerns. And when we talk about roles, responsibilities, and capabilities of the actors in the ecosystem, a registry can do a certain set of actions, very, very limited. A registrar can do perhaps a slightly expanded set of actions, but very limited. And when you start talking about content, hosted content at a third level domain, registries and registrars have one option, and that is to take the entire domain, the second level domain, out of the zone. If it's a bit of offending content or harmful content on a third level name or on a website, the hosting company has to be involved in that conversation about how to mitigate those harms. And on and on. So it's really important to understand the roles, responsibilities, and technical capabilities of the actors in the ecosystem. And fundamentally, when we talk about using the DNS or taking action at the DNS level to mitigate content-related harms, we have to start thinking about provenance, like the closest actor, the closest operator, the closest provider to the harm should be the operator that takes the action. So provenance. Proportionality, making sure that if you're taking action to mitigate online harm, especially content, that you are doing so in a proportionate way that doesn't negatively impact other parts of the ecosystem or impact negatively, disproportionately users. Transparency, right? We need to have transparency when it comes to using the DNS to mitigate content, mitigate online harms. Transparency, what actions were taken? What was the procedure and the process that was followed? Due process, right? Was there due process for consideration of that action? And finally, recourse. Is there a process for recourse for the impacted party if you got it wrong, right? I think these are all things that need to be discussed. And if we rely on a third party, a trusted flagger or a trusted notifier that's outside of the traditional court system, that raises all of these questions. And so I think the understanding of the procedures, processes, the authority that a so-called trusted flagger or trusted notifier might have, especially when you're talking content, raises these questions. And these need to be discussed by industry, but informed by concerns of civil society, informed by the views of regulators. And that's a conversation I think that we need to have. But I think we, as industry, really need to start having this conversation together so we can then take that next step of bringing in the multi-stakeholder sort of inputs. So Emily, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think if you could find a different word for transparency, you're getting close to a sort of 5 Ps type of policy principles there that could be developed. Now, I've got an ever-increasing list of people who want the floor. I've got Fiona, Gia, Jen. I've got Mark, the gentleman at the front. I've got Andrew. Who else wants to take the floor? Michele. So what I reckon is let's try and get through these remarks in the next quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, because I want to set aside time at the end before we close to do a sort of, so what are we going to do, right? How are we going to close these governance gaps? What actions, what commitments can we make to actually make things a bit better? So Fiona, thank you for waiting. And then I'll come to you, Gia.
Sure, and happy. I just wanted to respond to a few things I heard other panelists speak to. So I think it's important to keep in mind that the technology space has always had regulation. I think back to the telegraph and the early days of that. So there's always been regulation in and around technology. I think the thing that's changed in the last 30, 35 years is how that regulation comes about. And that's because of sort of the proliferation of the internet and what it affords people to do. And this really is sort of the multi-stakeholder approach to actually engaging everyone in the process. And I think that's the important way forward and the important path forward to solve some of these complex issues. And at least from my perspective, governments putting out a public comment process and government putting out a notice of rules and asking for feedback is not a multi-stakeholder process. Yes, you're talking to people and yes, you're getting feedback, but that's not actually a multi-stakeholder process. So no matter how well-intentioned it is for a group of governments to get together and say the right things and say things that could be useful, you know, I'm often reminded by what one of my old bosses used to say to me all the time: how you do something can be equally as important as the what you do. And in this case, to solve these complex problems, it really is important that the conversations and the solution sets to get to Keith's roles and responsibilities point really happens in a multi-stakeholder fashion where everyone is in the room, everyone is listening, and everyone's learning from each other. That's the way to solve these problems. It's not for one stakeholder group, regardless of whether it's industry or governments or civil society, to sit separately. That doesn't solve the problem from my perspective. So I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that were said.
Thank you, Fiona. And that comes back to some of the remarks you made earlier about the IGF being a really safe space in a way to experiment with ideas. You know, you don't have the pressure of somebody maybe changing a contract or regulating at the end of it. These are problems that are difficult. And you were saying that earlier. These sound simple, but they are actually difficult to solve. They span multiple sectors, multiple different actors, as you were saying. So Gia Rong, you wanted to reflect on some of the things you've heard too.
Thank you. So I was kind of hoping to just zone off. Yeah, but after hearing Esteva say something, it got me to think about one thing. Because Jean-Jacques was mentioning about, you know, regulation and that what he's hoping to hear is governments reaching out to get the inputs and thoughts. And Esteva talked about balanced approach to regulation. And got me thinking suddenly, because I've not had interactions with EU regulators directly, but I've been on the receiving end from law enforcement agencies. Because after the EU enacted the GDPR, the ICANN registration lookup system, most of you in the room would know who is. We have to redact a lot of the information of EU citizens. And law enforcement agencies, including Interpol has the office in Singapore. So they called me up and I was just catching up with them. And they said, your system now is useless. I can't do any cybersecurity investigations anymore because I can't find the information I need. And I realized that the same colleagues on the EU, on the lawmaking, policy-making side, did you consult with your own colleagues from the law enforcement agencies? Because they have ended up being the victims of this same regulation. The intention is good, you want to protect the privacy of your citizens, but the flip side of it is the same government folks, who have charge of fighting cybercrime can no longer use the tool. So it's actually very hard. It's more a reflection than a question because I think governments, you have a role and you need to do what you need to do to protect the citizens. And it's difficult because even just talking to each other within your own government is difficult. And then it makes it even harder when you want to think of getting inputs from multi-stakeholders. So sometimes I think that it's very difficult because there's no one answer. It's going to continue to be a gap. But what I think would help is, we really try to find more opportunities for us to have these conversations with one another. I don't have an answer for it, but it's just a reflection.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And we did actually make it past the hour without mentioning GDPR, but I think it is a really important aspect, and it reflects some of the remarks made by Fiona earlier. Sort of a lot of regulation is well intentioned, and Jean-Jacques, you talked about the evolution of regulation, like we can't regulate this stuff, now we are regulating it and maybe over-regulating at times. But each regulation has its impact, has its winners and losers. And I'd like to bring Jen and Rocio back into the conversation at this point, just general reflections. It could be on the availability of data, and it could also be, fulfilling your promise earlier, Rocio, to think about what individual members are doing in the LAC region to try to address some of these governance gaps. So, Jen.
On. Thank you, Emily. Actually, I really wanted to give a live case study to what Keith mentioned earlier about the list of, it's not really the 5 Ps, you had other initials in there, but giving a different flavor of what a registry operator does. Obviously, .asia is .asia, but we also manage and are the registry operator for .kids, and .kids is one of the very first GTLDs with a mechanism for restricted content. And what Keith mentioned earlier with that chain is extremely important because most of the registry operators, of course, our baseline is our contractual obligations and what is within the ICANN remit to deal with DNS abuse. But as Keith already mentioned, downstream, we have the hosting providers, DNS resolvers, all of that. And at every point, there could be abuse happening, whether it can be termed specifically as DNS abuse or pretty much bad things are happening on the internet, so all the way to content. And for .kids, when you're looking at it, and actually I'm gonna look at Jean-Jacques as well, we actually rely on the Google Safe Search API to look at these restrictive contents specifically for this GTLD, because the first thing we need to do to look at it is to actually have a policy that listens to civil society, listens to experts, and in .kids case, of course, the child rights experts, the child digital online rights experts, that community. And then the second thing is the transparency part of it. At every single level, when you're dealing with this kind of content, we need to have the paper trail of what is this reporting coming from, how are we addressing it, and then downstream, how are the due process, of course, how would a registrant or actually the user who has reported this abuse, how would there be recourse if they don't agree with the actions that we take? And this is just kind of a live kind of case study illustrating what Keith just mentioned. So that was pretty much what I wanted to add.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Rocio, Would you like to reflect on some of the things you've heard? And then I'm going to come to you, Mark Datteskeld, and then gentleman at the front, Andrew Campling, Michaeli.
Thank you, Emily. And first, I wanted to mention that unlike the EU, there are no regulations in the LAC vision that promote the harmonization of policies and practices among CCTLDs. And that's why we see many differences in the approaches that are adopted by the different CCTLDs in the region. Also, we saw that some preliminary studies recently in the ecosystem have shown that the percentage of abusive domains is significantly small in the CCTLD community. But even though the percentage of abusive domains is small, there are some cases of proactive action that has been promoted by CCTLDs. And in terms of data, the CCTLD registration processes in some cases in the region have introduced data validation mechanisms for individuals and also legal entities. And one of these validation mechanisms is based on national tax identifiers. And while these processes of domain name registration and delegation might be slower or more bureaucratic in relation to other CCTLDs or GTLDs, the data validation mechanisms and those specifically based on tax identifiers raise the barriers for users that are seeking to register a domain for criminal activities. Also, there are other cases that are related to tackle specifically illegal content, and we have the case of .co, which presents a specific approach to tackle these cases of extremely serious illegal content as CISAM in partnership with the judiciary and also with international organizations for the protection of children online. And in this case, there is a national hotline that has been incorporated, which also includes mechanisms for reviewing reports in coordination with specialized civil society organizations, and also a protocol for blocking certain URLs in certain cases.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I know there's so much more to say, but those are really vivid examples, like the cooperation between .co and other organizations in relation to child and sexual exploitation materials. So thank you very much for highlighting those. And I'd like to come back to you if we have more time, but I have got a queue of people in the room who've been waiting very patiently for the floor. Mark, can I start with you? So there's a microphone in the middle. I hope you don't mind that. Maybe we can take those 4 comments from the floor and then come back to the sort of the need for action to the panel. So thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you very much to everyone. This is Mark Datteskeld. I'm an internet governance consultant, and I was co-chair of the team on DNS abuse that eventually made suggestions to the contracted parties that were then taken in by them and worked on within their terms. So one important question that came up, and Esteve mentioned it in passing, but I would like to really stress this, was that what our group did was seek the minimal level of technical abuse, and this is maybe a fault of where we arrived with this. It is DNS abuse, but we're thinking about the technical level, because this is something that we could get together as a community and agree. And I kept posing questions to people such as, cite me a good botnet. One, give me an example of a good botnet that's not a novelty, like an academic experiment. There are none. So you have no reason basically not to take down a botnet. So the suggestions we arrived at are the very, very floor, something that in theory, if I was to say this shouldn't have been addressed before. We're just trying to get to the point that we need to be, the very basics, and from there, now it's a discussion of what are the things that are not the bottom of the bottom, right? That's the discussion that starts once, hopefully, and I'm not promising anything, but hopefully the contracted parties adopt these amendments. Where do we go from here? What are the next things? So with technical, it's not all technical, but there are still technical abuses out there, but the basic ones handled, where to move next. So that should be our question, right? It's not where's DNS abuse at right now. Technical abuse is kind of slightly getting solved. Where do we go from here? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Mark is making the point about, you know, the community starting with very technical definitions. So let's hold on to that idea and invite you, sir, to make your point. I'm sorry. Would you mind going up to the mic? We can try and get it to you otherwise.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce first so that this is Ganesh. I work for the government of Nepal. Before talking about the DNS governance related threats and challenges, we need to know about the capacity gap of the developing countries related to the governance gap. You know that we don't have GDPR, all the cybersecurity law, as well as other related legal as well as infrastructure that might be essential before going to address to the DNS related threats. So how we can strengthen the collaboration, as you mentioned already, between not only the civil society and the private sector, but for among the development partners as well as the experts, so that we can minimize those gaps. Although there is always the threats of the DNS related threats are there, so that we need to build the capacity of the developing countries, particularly where there is a lack of legal infrastructure as well as the physical infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kanish, and a really important point. Thank you for raising it, you know, that we can have a very global north conversation. We have to, you know, one of the gaps, most important gaps to overcome is that capacity gap that you mentioned. So I hope the panel will reflect on that. Andrew, I think you were next, and then Michele.
Hi, thank you. Too often when we have gatherings like this, the conversation usually starts with, we can't do X, where X is something that the community doesn't like because of fragmentation or because of the internet way of working or some other, in my view, generally quite flimsy excuse. I thought it was really incredibly positive that this whole discussion started with Keith. And then others talking about sort of preemptively, or proactively rather, preempting the need for regulation by actually doing positive things to deal with problems, recognising that there are problems. I think that was sort of very positive, and if only more in the community took that approach. Thinking about the gap, so and perhaps tossing in a different aspect. Are new standards as they relate to DNS, do the panelists think that they might be introducing new gaps, new challenges from a governance perspective, and should these be considered in advance in much the same way that legislation should perhaps be more considered in advance? And if so, how do we get more policy stakeholders engaged in the standards community, which is currently very undiverse and not, in my experience, overly welcoming of the multi-stakeholder approach?
Yeah, thank you very much. So we're actually getting from the audience some really important additional gaps that I'd like us to reflect on, and in addition to the sort of the limitations of technical-led definitions, we've got the gaps in capacity, and now from Andrew, the gaps in getting policy voices into emerging standards in the space. So not much for you all to deal with in your 1 minute of reflection that you'll be having. But we haven't heard from Michaela yet, so please take the floor.
Thanks, Emily. Michaela Nayland, for those of you who don't know me, so I'm the founder and CEO of a hosting provider and registrar based in Ireland. A couple of things. I mean, first off, to the gentleman from the EC, would you please stop using .eu as examples of anything? They operate under contract with yourselves. So holding them up as the gold standard, while it might be suitable in certain scenarios, expecting other registries and registrars to automatically adopt whatever .eu is able to do is quite problematic. I think a lot of what Keith was talking about makes a lot of sense, but one of the problems I'm having with this is, where's the line between DNS and internet? Because not everything is a DNS problem. It really isn't. And trying to solve it, I think, as Keith rightly points out, a lot of the issues that need to be dealt with aren't within scope for registrars or registries. We're not the best equipped to deal with them. We shouldn't be the ones to deal with them. I'd even go further and say that in many cases, as hosting providers, we're not even particularly well equipped to deal with them, because there are issues on platforms and things like that which we really can't see. I cannot, if I was hosting Facebook.com, for example, I could remove the entire website or a large part of it. I wouldn't be able to remove one offensive post. It's the same with any blog or anything like that that we might host on our network. We've no ability to remove a single piece of content. It's very, very hard to do that. The issue, though, really becomes one of, okay, who do you want to talk to, and what's the problem you're actually trying to solve? Like at the moment, like in Europe, one of the issues we've been seeing is a huge rise in smishing. So smishing, it's like it's the telecoms companies that could do something but have failed to act in many cases. But right now, the only ones who are able to take any action are going to be the registries and the registrars, because it's a URL, so it's a domain. But why aren't the telcos being asked to do things? Because just from our perspective, I think we're a little bit tired of being the ones that are the stopgap for everything. For all the evil on the internet, it comes back to the DNS, and in many respects, it actually doesn't.
Thank you very much, Michaela, and also it's great to have a voice from a registrar as well in the room. You don't see many registrars at the IGF, so thank you for raising that. And I think there was a challenge to you, Esteva, which hopefully you'll respond to. But are there any further questions either online or in the audience that we want to get through? Yes, sir. And then I'm going to wrap the session with something positive.
My name is Werner Staub. I work for also a registrar. It's actually an organization that also does a registry system. It's Core Association. You know, it's a not-for-profit, you know, whose objective is to improve the DNS by getting some resources in place, by sharing resources for operating systems. And you know, the habits that we've gotten into over the last 20 years turn out to be now not so good habits, because we rely on things for the security of the DNS that have disappeared. When the DNS was created, fax numbers, telephone numbers, and physical addresses, postal addresses, used to have meaning at that time, 30 years ago. They don't have anymore. They have become totally liquid, floating. You can have a telephone number anywhere. It doesn't mean anything. It's no longer an anchor. But more importantly, the domain itself has been a victim of its own success, because there are so many domains. The cost of losing a domain is irrelevant for an attacker. We're still behaving as if it was a great problem for an attacker to lose their domain. Of course, they couldn't care less. You know, they've got thousands, millions of domains accessible to them, not necessarily under direct control, because there's a gray market of making domain names available, you know, for all kinds of things, which then also enables them to use them selectively. And so it is no longer just a question of handling evidence of abuse. It's just too late when it comes to there. And then when we actually act, the attacker couldn't care less.
Yeah. So I think that's a welcome reminder to all of us over a certain age that sometimes 20-year-old habits aren't always best for us. But in closing now, I said we'd get to it 5 minutes ago, and half of my plan for the session has gone out the window. But one thing I would like to revive is this sort of future looking, and to come back to your original call for action, Keith, is like, what can we do? It's always easy to point the finger and say somebody else should do something. I heard something that I was reminded of a phrase earlier this week, which is those who can should. And so there are people in this room and on this panel who have got some capacity to do things. So my question to you is, what can you do that will make things better? Jean-Jacques, we haven't heard from you for a bit, so I'm going to put you on the spot, and then I'm going to run through the panel. So just thinking individually or for an organisation?
Both.
But it would be better to hear from Google, honestly.
Okay. Look, I mean, I think there are a few things that we're already doing and things we should discuss in more detail in terms of, and I think Keith has already given a few good ideas along this way. Maybe starting with reference to what the gentleman from Nepal was saying in capacity building. I know we do quite a bit of capacity building of our own, for instance, where we engage with certain governments and we explain how we deal with harmful content. We also do it through third-party organizations. So, for instance, the UN Office of Drugs and Crime often organizes training sessions for law enforcement agencies from countries across Asia. And I've gone there myself to explain how internet companies deal with harmful content, terrorism, that sort of stuff. So there are some channels that exist, and we can talk about that. But then, I'm mentioning UN agencies, and it's great we're in a UN forum after all, so we have to give them credit. But then, going back to what some of us have been saying in the room, is there something that we can do as an ecosystem? Well, not just internet industry writ large, but as an ecosystem. I mean, it was interesting to hear Michele talk about, and he's gone, but to him talk about, everybody turns to the DNS people for action. Well, and saying all the ills are because of the DNS. I don't think that's entirely true. They turn to us as well.
Possibly a little more so sometimes.
Maybe. Anyway, just talking about some of the governments that talk to us about disinformation. Seriously, look in your own backyard. But anyway. I think there should be some discussion. Perhaps we should continue this discussion in a way to think, okay, what is it practically that we can do? Are there more coordinated actions that we can take? Having worked for ICANN, and I know what I was trying to do in Europe when I was there, what I imagine Jarong is trying to do quite regularly is engage those governments, right? Trying to explain to judges, to law enforcement, how it all works. Importantly, and so I think we should continue the discussion, just think about very practical things to do, and perhaps it's just also a question of visibility, saying each other, oh, there's that school on internet governance, for instance, that ICANN and others run. Can we tack on to that something for governments? And by the way, it doesn't have to be in person. We've got something called the internet. We can do GVCs, right? And we can get governments from Nepal, from Bhutan, from everywhere to join those trainings online and beef up their understanding, and also network with the industry, get a lot more understanding. I think we can very practically do that. There's a bit of explaining and some basic explaining that we need to do, even with governments who are supposed to be informed. Like I'm looking at Lisa, we've got work to do in Australia to explain to people that DNS level blocking is bad, just as one example. And so I think there's a lot more that we could continue to discuss, very practical actions of engaging with those governments. So I'd love to continue. I don't know what platform would be best. Maybe Jarong's got some sort of ICANN SIG or something that we can tap onto.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask Esteva next, and then I'll come to Rocio and Fiona, and then come to you, Jarong, and then Jen. And so, brisk remarks, 4 minutes in total.
I just wanted to start acknowledging the questions and comments from the audience. Capacity building is key. We have to admit that this is the global north conversation. we're global north discussing DNS abuse mostly, and this is bad for the overall ecosystem, and it will play very badly in the WSIS +20 discussions that will emerge very soon. We need to work on that. I know that ICANN is making great efforts to be more inclusive, working on support in relation to the new round of TLDs, but we need to do more. I can just say that we are perfectly aware of this situation, and we are engaging also in the context of the Declaration for the Future of the Internet in capacity building projects in the context of the Global Gateway, development support, etc. But this is probably one of the core fundamental problems of the model.
I think. Sorry, to get the others involved, but that's a really important point on the need for inclusive conversations involving the Global South. Fiona, Rocio, can I ask you for your concluding thoughts on what action needs to be taken, preferably by EU?
Sure, I'm happy to start. I think one of the things that I think that this session helps reiterate is the first thing that people need to do is get in a room and sit down, whether it's remote or in person, and have a conversation, right? So the only way you can solve problems is to sit down and talk to each other, understand the issue sets, figure out what the gaps are, as have been raised by folks in the audience. Even Michele's point about bringing in other actors, and not just focusing on the DNS players. So I think, just what can happen and what should happen is a sustained way of having and continuing the conversation, whether it's at other IGFs, whether the Dynamic Coalition wants to have its own meetings. But I think continuing the conversation is the best way to get us to some shared solutions.
Thank you. Rocio.
So very briefly, as an organization from the LAC region, I believe that one of the tasks we want to undertake is to improve the mechanisms to measure and identify levels of DNS abuse. We believe this will be very helpful for some CCTLDs in our region. And we also believe in the importance of continuing to promote our training workshops targeted to different governmental authorities and in collaboration with other organizations of the regional community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the need for improved measurement of and identifying DNS abuse, and continue your great work in workshops and trainings. Jierong.
Thank you. Just quickly responding also to Ganesh, from ICANN, what we try to do is we do a lot of capacity building work, not on the regulation side, but with the operators. So I'll reach out to you after this, and if you need any help from the operators, we help them to think about DNS security. We also do capacity building for law enforcement agencies. And it applies for, I look after the Asia-Pacific region, so it applies for the Asia-Pacific region I'm looking after. But we also have colleagues from other regions who do the same thing. And I thought insightful remark, and I thought to close on this one, is the remark from Andrew is like, is our new DNS standards introducing new gaps? And actually, in our space for the DNS, I find as industry and also for us from ICANN and the IATF, we are very cautious, I feel. One example, we introduced DNSSEC. And a lot of people say DNSSEC doesn't really work, it's not a great thing, solves only one small problem and so on. But there's this new other problem, TLS. TLS has a certificate vulnerability, and then people introduce DANE. And DANE relies on DNSSEC, which then is building on established standards that then continues to make sure that you go in a safe, secure, and resilient manner. And I think as a group, all of us thinking about DNS, that's probably the approach we want to go for. Instead of DNS, kill everything, or start over. But what we have is sitting on something very solid. And let's all work together to make that better, one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jen.
I want to kind of carry on from what Jierong just mentioned about the capacity gap that our question from Nepal came from. .Asia also proactively does engage in a lot of capacity building projects around Asia Pacific region in partnership with ICANN and KISA and other Asia Pacific and Google organizations. And I think that is one of the gaps that we can also identify and really take action. Maybe as DC DNSI, that's one of the actions we can take. Joining the dots in the kind of different approaches we're already taking, both contractual ones, both proactive ones, and things that can actually work. Taking the ones that actually work and scaling it and actually seeing if they would also replicate and work in other regions and other registry operators and other parts of the DNS ecosystem. And then finally, I guess this is really important, but I think it bears repeating. DNS security likes collaboration. We really need actual multi-stakeholder approach to it. Not just what Fiona mentioned before. Hey, the government's coming out. It is for consultations, and we kind of take it in. That's not perhaps an actual multi-stakeholder collaboration. We really need to bring in all the different elements in the DNS ecosystem and wider as well to address this. So it's more of a complete approach.
Thank you very much. So Keith, some closing reflections for you in minus 30 seconds, but thank you.
Thanks very much, Emily. Just 2 quick points. I want to build on something that Mark Dadesgeld said, and a concern that Esteban raised earlier about the GTLD registries and registrars, ICANN's contracted parties, voluntarily initiated this contract negotiation with ICANN to take on essentially an affirmative and enforceable obligation to act to mitigate DNS abuse within our areas of role, responsibility, and capabilities. It was a bilateral initiative initiated by the contracted parties, registries and registrars, to take on new obligations on ourselves. That was the first step, as Mark noted. The second step, and registries and registrars in the ICANN space are committed to the multi-stakeholder engagement, committed to PDPs, policy development processes, through our GNSO as the mechanism for multi-stakeholder, community-based, bottom-up consensus policy development. And so the expectation is that will be the next step, which will then further address some of the issues that Esteban mentioned as perhaps being undefined or less clear. So there's more work to be done. To answer the question about what's next, there's clearly a need for ongoing conversation and dialogue, collaboration and information sharing, and I see it's 2 sides of the same coin. One is to bring all of the actors together, and I think to Michele's point earlier, it could be, there's concerns about IP blocking, right? The smishing, the telcos. There's a range of actors that really ought to be part of this multi-stakeholder conversation, especially from industry as a starting point, as an initiated sort of conversation. And I think that we should use the IGF construct. We should use the DC DNSI. We should use the national and regional IGFs to, in an organic, bottom-up way, start this conversation in different regions and different areas, and eventually work towards something a little bit more concrete in terms of identifying potential outputs. So I would say, stay tuned. There are conversations going on right now with industry associations and others and various operators at different levels of this ecosystem that I think have recognized this as a challenge and a need and an opportunity. So stay tuned, more to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for your participation today. We ran out of time, but I think that there's some really good thoughts for talking among the ecosystem, inclusive conversations with the Global South, a sustained conversation, and maybe the IGF and the DNS Dynamic Coalition can play a role there. We had lots of plans for giving that a spot. Didn't happen, but stay tuned. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for your questions, and please join me in thanking our amazing panel for sharing their insights.